Welcome to the June 24th special meeting of the Oceanside City Council. I'd like to go ahead and call this meeting to order and request a roll call.
Mayor Sanchez.
Present.
Deputy Mayor Joyce, it just passed by me. Councilmember Figueroa.
Present.
Councilmember Robinson. Councilmember Weiss.
Thank you. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Deputy Mayor, stay standing and lead us in the pledge.
Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Right, thank you. We are here on one public hearing item that is set for 5 o'clock, so we'll be hearing that first. And then we do have two general items, and so they will obviously be afterwards. So public hearing item is the following. Staff recommends City Council, number 1, certify the final environmental impact report for the Onward Oceanside project. That's phase 2 of the Comprehensive General Plan Update, Smart and Sustainable Corridors Specific Plan, and Climate Action Plan Update. And adopt the findings of fact, statement of overriding considerations in mitigation, monitoring, and reporting program per CEQA guidelines. And number 2, adopt a general plan amendment for the Onward Oceanside project, phase 2 of the Comprehensive General Plan Update, Smart and Sustainable Corridors Specific Plan, and Climate Action Plan Update per Government Code Section 65300. And number 3, adopt guidelines and thresholds for determining significance of greenhouse gas emissions pursuant to CEQA guidelines. I'm going to go ahead and open this public hearing and request disclosures from council members regarding constituent contacts and correspondence.
Staff, public, and I think we've been doing this for 6 years.
I can't claim 6. Staff and public.
This started off as meetings on remotely. And so, yeah, I attended some of those meetings, some of the in-person meetings. Of course, we've had all these other meetings, and there's been a lot of discussion on this for, I believe it is 6 years. And of course, with staff.
Many conversations with staff and public.
Staff and public.
Thank you. Mr. Navarro, do we have any correspondence and or petitions?
All the correspondence we received on this item has been forwarded to council.
Thank you. And let's see, when was the last time that we updated the general plan?
The latest
92.
housing element, 23.
I thought maybe never, but all right. So let's just say that this is a historic day, historic moment. So we're going to begin this with a presentation by Oscar Romero, our city planner.
Thank
Mr.
you,
Romero?
Madam Mayor. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Councilmen, and members of the public. My name is Oscar Romero, City Planner for the City of Oceanside, and the item before you tonight is the Onward Oceanside Phase 2 General Plan Update, which consists of a General Plan Amendment, the Smart and Sustainable Corridor Specific Plan, and Climate Action. Staff recommends City Council certify the final EIR for the Onward Oceanside project and adopt the findings of fact, statement of overriding considerations, and mitigation monitoring and reporting. Staff further recommends City Council adopt the General Plan Amendment, Smart and Sustainable Corridor Specific Plan, and Climate Action. Staff also recommends City Council adopt the guidelines for determining significance of greenhouse gas emissions pursuant to CEQA guidelines 15064.7 by adoption of a resolution and confirm issuance of a categorical exemption under CEQA guidelines 15308. What is a general plan and how do cities apply its policy? State law mandates each city to adopt a comprehensive long-term general plan to forecast population growth, establish policies and programs for growth management throughout the city. The long-range vision will focus on several areas, population growth, housing needs, public services, environmental protection, and economic resiliency. The general plan consists of 9 state-mandated elements: land use, circulation, housing, conservation, open space, noise, safety, environmental justice, and air quality, which have all been revised to 6 distinct elements. These revised elements adhere to all state policy requirements for each of the 9 elements, but are organized collectively. The City of Oceanside has also gone a step further by renaming these elements with a more colorful naming convention. First, the remarkable community element, the efficient and compatible land use element, integrated mobility element, vital and sustainable resources element, safe and resilient element, healthy and livable communities element. A timeline of the general plan elements may be found here. Safety, noise, and environmental resources were prepared in 1970, military preservation in 1981, and the land use element in 1986, roughly 40 years ago. The circulation element in 2012, economic development and CAP in 2019, and the housing element in 2023. The first general plan update, phase 1, was initiated in 2019 with the council adoption of the economic development element, energy and climate action element, and the CAP. Phase 2 of the GPU began in 2020 and covered the entire city inclusive of the sphere of influence. The scope included the update to the general plan elements proposed and the proposed Smart and Sustainable Corridor specific plan, an updated CAP, and EIR for the project. Because the project is citywide, portions of the project will overlap with land use changes within the local coastal program and require Coastal Commission certification following approval. In addition, 3 deliverables will be included as part of the next steps following approval: the Trails Master Plan, Active Transportation Plan, and the South Morro Hills Community Plan. Phase 2 emerged during the COVID pandemic, and though folks may think this reduced public participation, it actually had the opposite effect. The city staff and consultants created the Onward Oceanside website dedicated to updating the public on documents and current status of the project, and staff regularly used email blasts to an interested parties list of roughly 2,400 stakeholders. Interested parties were interviewed, surveyed, and provided neighborhood planning office hours. The City of Oceanside is a diverse city, and staff facilitated efforts to engage with bilingual communities in public forums for involvement. The general plan forecasts growth till the year 2050. As a result, additional housing is projected to reach 16,875 new dwelling units, 28,500 new jobs, an estimated population build-out of 222,435 people. The increase of 45,000 people will create greater opportunities for denser family units and less single-family homes. These projections support the housing element and its program goal for the development of the smart and sustainable corridors to cater to high-density housing with supporting uses, such as increased retail, office, industrial, and hotels. So jumping into the general plan, some of the elements that we have here. The remarkable community element was designed to strengthen the city's sense of place, preserve, and enhance the neighborhood, protect cultural and tribal resources, and promote the city as a tourist destination. In an effort to enhance tourism, the city approved the Sustainable Tourism Master Plan, a 10-year plan with an overall vision and strategies to develop Oceanside's visitor economy. Some of the action items that stem from the remarkable community element will be develop objective design standards and develop and adopt a dark sky ordinance. The efficient and compatible land use element is organized and regulated to encourage efficient, compatible land uses that provide for housing, commerce, employment, education, and other needs. This element provides policy direction on the physical development of the city. Where can the city accommodate density? At what FAR should buildings be developed for consistency? These are some of the questions taken into consideration when developing this element. A key action item for the efficient and compatible land use will be the zoning ordinance update. The integrated mobility element promotes a citywide mobility network that integrates all modes of travel, including driving, walking, biking, and micro-mobility, such as shuttle services, e-bikes, and neighborhood electric vehicles. Key topics include roadway classifications, complete streets improvements, transit and micro-transit, active transportation facilities, and evacuation routes. Some of the objectives of the integrated mobility element are to develop infrastructure to accommodate for various modes of transportation. Here we see an example of a complete street, wide roadway accommodating everyday vehicles, public transit, and dedicated bike lane. Along the right-of-way, you can see wide sidewalks and landscaping buffers. The infrastructure improvements and financing will be discussed later in the presentation as part of the Smart Sustainable Corridor specific plan portion. Some of the action items for this element are preparation of an active transportation plan, which is currently underway, a trails master plan, and the establishment of a complete streets criteria check. The vital and sustainable resources element addresses the conservation stewardship of natural resources and open space. The VSR outlines goals, policies, and actions that seek to protect, restore, and enhance the ecological, recreational, and aesthetic value of Oceanside's natural environment. The VSR will be updated to reflect the minimum restoration of 145 acres of coastal sage scrub, subject to funding availability. There will also be a modification to VSR 5-30 to include language referencing the California Building Code bird strike guideline. The action items for the vital and sustainable resources element will include a vegetation mapping effort, long-term management plan, biannual progress report, a biological resource protection ordinance, zoning ordinance update, and commission a wildlife movement study. The safe and resilient environment element outlines vulnerability to natural and human-made hazards and presents a framework for minimizing risk to life and property. Topics include natural hazards, human-induced hazards, climate adaptation, terrorism, and cyber threats, as well as crime prevention through preventive design. The healthy and livable community element outlines steps the city will take to ensure equitable access to services and facilitate the development of safe and well-maintained public facilities. Well-maintained public facilities that support the physical, mental, and social well-being of Oceanside's residents. The goals and policies presented in this element consider the changing demographics, anticipated growth, and evolving healthcare needs of the community. Moreover, the general plan was reviewed environmentally as a program EIR, characterized as one large project related geographically and establishing baselines for existing conditions and mitigation for future potential impacts. The initial notice of preparation and scoping meeting were drafted and completed in 2021. The first iteration of the EIR and general plan documents were released in 2024, along with a community forum. Due to some of the comments provided at the end of the review period, an updated EIR and general plan included new information that was subject to an additional 45-day public review period from December of 2025 to February of 2026. Per CEQA, section 21081.6, a mitigation monitoring and reporting program shall be adopted upon certification of an environmental impact. To ensure that the mitigation measures are implemented, the MMRP specifies the mitigation, the entity responsible for monitoring the program, and when the process should be. Due to certain significant and unavoidable environmental effects, 4 areas of environmental review were identified. First, air quality would result in an increase in development and associated increase in emissions when compared to build-out of the city's adopted zoning and land use designation. Therefore, build-out of the GPU and Smart and Sustainable Corridor specific plan would exceed the assumptions used to develop the regional air quality strategy. Second, GHG emission level targets for the year 2045 and 2050 under AB 1279. The third item is noise, and this is due to the GPU build-out projections and increase in existing ambient noise levels at several road segments. Similarly, utility facilities, public services for both fire and police would be impacted by future growth and construction of new stations could result in environmental impacts and disturbances requiring the overriding considerations as part of the EIR. That concludes the general plan overview, and we will now focus on the Smart and Sustainable Corridor specific. The Smart and Sustainable Corridor Specific Plan is a regulatory document implementing policies within the general plan to foster the revitalization of Mission Avenue, Oceanside Boulevard, and Vista Way as commercial corridors. The planning area for the corridors plan was identified via the housing element, specifically Program 7 and 9, which identified the growth along transportation corridor. Mission Avenue has a high-frequency bus service, Oceanside Boulevard has the Sprinter rail service, and Vista Way is within close proximity to Highway 78. Program 9 of the housing element includes this plan, establish new zoning standards to facilitate infill and redevelopment. Current density within the corridors is an average 29 dwelling units per acre, and the proposed zoning for corridors mixed use and centers mixed use will be 40 and 55 dwelling units per acre respectively. Other districts included will be commercial, industrial, open space, and public. For the record, staff would like to acknowledge that 2 parcels identified in the land use figure 3.3 will be removed from the specific plan with no projected impacts or additional analysis required with their removal. In addition, parking table 3.7 will remove language to specific market rate and income restricted and instead include generic parking information adherence of the zoning code and state density bonus law. In addition, staff would like to state for the record that 3698 Vista Way was originally removed as part of the GPU workshop last year and will not be included in the Smart and Sustainable Corridor specific. The urban design chapter of this specific plan was focused on the public realm and streetscape. Focus on the corridors, transitioning into safe and functional streets, inclusive of hardscape, landscape, signage, lighting, and interactive elements. The mobility element will include roadway networks for multimodal movement. Here we have an example of a complete street design, expanded walkways, landscape buffer, dedicated bus and bike lanes provided for a safe and multimodal network. The implementation and financing chapter of the specific plan speaks to incentivizing development reviews by allowing a streamlined process for projects in adherence of development standards and policy. As referenced throughout this presentation, there is an emphasis on the investment in infrastructure, and those things will be part of an ongoing review. Examples of potential funding sources are special assessment district, such as the CFD, new development impact fees, and external grants and loans for a specific project. This concludes the general plan update, EIR, and Smart and Sustainable Corridor specific plan, and I'll hand the rest over to Justin Gamble, Sustainability Administrator, for the Climate Action Plan update.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. My name is Justin Gamble. I'm the Sustainability Program Administrator with the Development Services Department. I'll be providing a summary of the Climate Action Plan update, which is a component of the Onward Oceanside project. I'll provide information on the purpose and the scope of the Climate Action Plan, which we call the CAP, its integration with the general plan update, and also provide an overview of its structure, including the city's greenhouse gas emissions inventory, alignment with state climate goals, and an overview of the proposed measures in the plan. We've also included a brief summary of prior public comment and changes made to the final CAP update ahead of this hearing. The purpose of the CAP is to complement the sustainable growth themes of the general plan update by serving as an actionable roadmap to efficient movement, energy use, and public infrastructure, while promoting clean, healthy communities. Climate Action Plan is a living document that's meant to be updated regularly, with a focus on reducing citywide greenhouse gas emissions, you'll hear this term a lot tonight, or GHGs, from various sectors of the economy. The CAP aligns the city's actions with statewide climate goals while proposing local measures that support the general plan's policies to build local resilience, complement economic growth, and streamline future development. Having an adopted climate action plan is an important role to assure regulatory compliance under CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act, for development review. It helps build community resiliency to climate change and qualifies the city for future grant funding opportunities. The first cap was adopted by this council in 2019 through phase 1 of the general plan update as part of the energy and climate action element. This update is now required again to align our goals with statewide legislation and incorporate actions that complement the general plan update. To date, the city has had numerous achievements that support our climate and sustainability goals. These achievements include ongoing programs that address energy and water use efficiency, a road to zero waste, and nature-based solutions that are rooted in climate resiliency to help our city adapt to future changes in the natural and built environments. Examples include the ordinances originally adopted in the 2019 CAP to expand urban forestry and EV charging. More renewable energy is now delivered to Oceanside homes and businesses through participation in Clean Energy Alliance. We're also leading by example with the Optera Energy contract, improving the energy efficiency of our own city facilities. The city has also rolled out organic waste recycling, which decreases emissions from landfills by recycling material locally at the El Cora Zone Center. Our Water Utilities Department has led the region in water use efficiency with the Pure Water Oceanside project and reducing consumption with turf removal rebate program. And we are now acting to improve our resilience to sea level rise and coastal hazards with solutions like Rebeach and wetland restoration projects currently underway. The CAP update is corresponding with phase 2 of the general plan update as the technical foundation for the emissions analysis in the final environmental impact report. CEQA requires the city to analyze the cumulative emissions from growth that's projected in the general plan. The goals and measures proposed in the CAP update address future emissions resulting from the city's growth, guided under policies that are presented in the general plan elements. The CAP goals are closely aligned with key state climate goals that are set forth in legislation like SB 32 and AB 1279, which call for reductions in statewide greenhouse gas emissions by 2030 and 2045 respectively. On a practical level, the CAP update incorporates specific general plan policies to achieve greenhouse gas reduction. This includes incentivizing infill and transit-focused redevelopment in the corridor-specific plan, improving active transportation and transit access through the integrated mobility element, and planning for a resilient-minded future. The starting point for the CAP update was building a baseline emissions inventory. This exercise established baseline conditions from which the city can forecast future emissions and set reduction goals and actions to achieve those goals. The inventory is based primarily on 2018 data from SANDAG that was calibrated with energy use, transportation, and land use data from our city. When the update began in 2022, reliable transportation data after 2018 was not readily available due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Emissions in the inventory are measured in a unit called metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalents per year, which is a standardized unit for budgeting greenhouse gas emissions. The city's primary reduction measures fall into 6 primary sectors of the economy. So as shown in this chart, on-road transportation and energy use from buildings, which is electricity generation and natural gas, make up the majority of the city's baseline emissions. Additional emissions are attributed to solid waste management, energy use from water and wastewater treatment, and off-road equipment use. The next step was to forecast how greenhouse gas emissions change over time to account for population growth and trends in energy use and transportation that were used in the general plan update. The city's future emissions are generally assumed to scale with those statewide due to legislative drivers in the areas of transportation and energy. This is known as the adjusted business as usual scenario in the CAP update. This figure illustrates the city's GHG emissions inventory beginning with the 2018 baseline and projected reductions by emissions sector. The black dashed line indicates the reductions the city should achieve for each of the key milestone goals used in the CAP update. And again, these milestone goals include a 27% reduction from baseline by 2030 to align with SB 32, and a 90% reduction from baseline by 2045 to align with AB 1279, and maintaining that 90% reduction through the planning horizon of the general plan, which is 2050. To support the state's greenhouse gas reduction goals and sustainability policies in the general plan update, the CAP identifies 17 reduction measures that fall into 6 focus sectors broadly. Each measure is supported by one or more implementing actions with a corresponding reduction value that's assigned to it. Each measure takes credit for existing programs, but also propose new policies and programs that are to be developed in the coming years, including future ordinances for consideration by the City Council. Based on the baseline conditions, the energy and transportation sectors will require the greatest level of effort to achieve those goals, as they account for the vast majority of the annual emissions. The CAP also includes a framework for monitoring accountability across measures in city government for progress reporting. Examples of proposed measures in the energy sector include building code amendments that would encourage electrification upgrades to the existing building stock. This is probably the most significant measure proposed in the Climate Action Plan update. Policies that incentivize additional rooftop solar and encouraging customers to opt to 100% renewable energy through the Clean Energy Alliance. Proposed measures in the transportation sector include encouraging growth along transit corridors in alignment with the Smart and Sustainable Corridors Plan, expanding EV charging infrastructure for both private development and at city facilities, and expanding microtransit opportunities such as the Go Side Shuttle and in coordination with NCTD. Proposed measures in the solid waste sector are aimed at reducing emissions from waste collection, landfills, waste processing. These include continuing to implement the state's requirements for organics recycling under SB 1383, increasing local landfill diversion to rates that are beyond state goals. Proposed measures in the water sector are aimed at reducing the energy consumption associated with importing and treating water and wastewater. These include continuing to reduce per capita water use through existing actions, increasing local water supply through projects like Pure Water Oceanside, and expanding water-efficient retrofit requirements for new development through the building code. The carbon sequestration sector includes measures that rely on natural processes and land use policy that supports carbon storage and lower emissions. A couple examples include expanding the urban tree canopy on both private and public land, conserving open space and working lands with a focus on regenerative farming, and promoting green street and complete street policies that increase urban shade and stormwater capture. While it's not a source of greenhouse gas emissions, the local green economy includes actions that promote high-quality job growth in Oceanside, including workforce development in sustainable energy and materials industries, and recognizing sustainable businesses and tourism practices. To understand how these proposed measures would contribute to achieving the 2030 and 2045 goals, emissions reductions were modeled for each sector and compared to the baseline. While the total estimated reductions would be sufficient to achieve the 2030 goal, consistent with the state's legislation, the quantified measures alone would not be sufficient to achieve the 2045 and 2050 emissions targets. This table illustrates the total reductions needed and the reductions provided by the measures and the remaining gap. The CAP includes all feasible measures through careful consideration of feasibility, costs to the community, existing regulations, and the current availability of city resources, while setting us on a pathway to alignment with the state's goals. It should be noted that AB 1279, which is the basis for the 2045 goal, was adopted and signed into law in 2022. Only a handful of agencies in the county and the San Diego region have included this target in their adopted climate action plans, as the majority of those were adopted prior to AB 1279 becoming law. The AB 1279 targets are not a local mandate that cities must achieve using climate action plans. As I mentioned previously, the Climate Action Plan proposes reduction measures that rely on future policy and ordinance decisions by the City Council. A selection of these proposed ordinances is shown here, along with staff's proposed timelines to bring them before this council for consideration to successfully implement measures in the CAP. Some of these policy decisions by the council are required to effectuate a number of items in the consistency checklist, which I'll explain later in this presentation, which is used for streamlining development review under CEQA. A number of these items are proposed for council's consideration in 2027, and staff are making these a priority in the coming fiscal year to conduct the necessary research and policy development to meet this timeline. The CAP update includes implementation timelines in a monitoring framework to show progress to the community and to the City Council. At a minimum, comprehensive updates will occur within 5 years. However, as a flexible plan, the CAP may be updated more frequently in response to legislation, policy development, and resource availability. Following adoption, the CAP calls for routine progress reporting and assessments of the city's greenhouse gas emissions. These commitments include biennial updates to the emissions inventory, annual progress reporting to the City Council and relevant commissions with a goal of public engagement and transparency, and using performance indicators as a measuring tool to adapt the emissions measures as necessary. While the city currently does have a dedicated CAP implementation budget for this fiscal year and planning for expansion next year, a forthcoming implementation cost analysis will help inform staffing and capital resources required to effectively administer the climate action plan. The study is expected to be completed in late this year and will be used as a planning tool in future budgeting exercises. In the course of developing the CAP update, the passage of SB 79, the Affordable Homes Near Transit Act, has renewed focus on the growth assumptions within the city's transit corridors. The emissions forecasts in the CAP were based on the projections for transportation and housing and jobs that were used in the general plan update. This forecast may be influenced by the intensified development within SB 79 areas that were not originally accounted for in the CAP's projections. A future TOD alternative plan will evaluate potential for additional growth. As such, based on the results of the alternative plan, any substantial change between the CAP's original growth assumptions and that due to SB 79 may warrant an update to the climate action plan sooner than expected. Since the CAP update was analyzed under the programmatic EIR, the general plan update, it's considered a CEQA qualified plan for the reduction of greenhouse gases. Under CEQA, discretionary development projects must analyze their impact from expected GHGs. They may tier this analysis from that conducted in the CAP update by showing consistency with certain measures in the areas of transportation, energy efficiency, waste reduction, and infill development. This is demonstrated using a CAP consistency checklist in the development review process, which we've brought before this council tonight as part of this action. Project reviews may be streamlined by including certain features as conditions of approval that support the climate action plan to avoid intensive and time-consuming project-level analysis. The streamlined review pathway is dependent on the project's consistency with existing land use and zoning and is subject to alternative thresholds if it cannot incorporate certain features required by the checklist. It should be noted that the checklist may only be used for projects expected to be operational prior to 2031, as the measures in the CAP update are not sufficient to achieve the GHG targets beyond 2030. Discretionary projects that can comply with the checklist are determined to not have a cumulatively significant emissions impact under CEQA. Supported by new guidelines for determining significance of GHG emissions, the checklist ensures that new development emissions are accounted for in the CAP update's growth projections, and that emission control measures are incorporated where they are not otherwise legally required. The checklist is tailored both to private development and city-initiated capital projects. It is itemized by emission sector similar to the CAP update itself, including actions and features based on development or land use type. These can include phased-in requirements for advancing building energy use through local code amendments, requiring advanced EV charging installation at qualifying sites, and reducing VMT through transportation demand management policies. And as I mentioned previously, some of these actions do require ordinances to be considered and approved by the City Council to become effective. The city has received written public comments on a range of issues and actions presented in the CAP update. While the comments were often highly specific to both existing climate policies and proposed actions, some comments did fall into general categories that I've highlighted here. These include a need for a comprehensive cost analysis to understand the budgetary and resources that are required to implement the climate action plan. And as I mentioned, an implementation cost study is currently underway and is expected to be complete later this year. The need to update the city's current CAP checklist to streamline qualifying development projects. Again, this has also been addressed at the time of this public hearing with a draft checklist for your review and proposed significance guidelines for GHG emissions. Concerns with the scope of building electrification in the private sector and the city's ability to achieve those targets through future ordinances and incentives. Requests to strengthen the existing transportation demand management ordinance, which is a proposed measure in the climate action plan, and a need to coordinate with NCTD to expand availability of local transit options. Also, the expansion of the urban forest by planting more trees on city properties and incentivizing landowners and developers to do the same. And finally, measures to preserve remaining agriculture. This has also been addressed with new language in the climate action plan following the May 18th Planning Commission hearing. On that May 18th, 2026 Planning Commission hearing, the Planning Commission received a report from staff on the CAP update and voted 6-1, Gonzalez no, to recommend council adoption of the CAP update as part of the Onward Oceanside project. The motion included a direction to staff, as I mentioned in the previous slide, to add agricultural conservation easements as a measure to the CAP to preserve remaining farmland from conversion to urban uses. This is similar to a prior measure that was in the 2019 CAP. There's to be no financial commitment from the city for this measure. The CAP updated as presented before this council tonight includes this revision for your consideration. So staff recommends City Council certification of the final EIR for the Onward Oceanside project, adoption of the findings of fact, statement of overriding considerations, and MMRP per CEQA guidelines 15093 by adoption of the resolution. And furthermore, staff recommends City Council adoption of a general plan amendment for the Onward Side Oceanside project per Government Code 65300 by adoption of a resolution. And staff recommends City Council adoption of the Smart and Sustainable Corridor specific plan for the Onward Oceanside project per Government Code 65450 by adoption of a resolution. This concludes the presentation on the general plan update, corridors plan, and the climate action plan. And unless the mayor, if you have any desire for questions, I was intending to proceed directly into the third portion of the presentation.
Anyone on the dais have any questions before we get to the next part of the presentation? I don't see any.
Thank you.
Please proceed.
So this presentation will cover the proposed development review guidelines for determining significance of a project's greenhouse gas emissions under CEQA. The guidelines and proposed local thresholds support implementation of the Climate Action Plan update as part of the Phase 2 General Plan update. More specifically, this action establishes locally specific CEQA thresholds of significance for general use with supporting documentation. If approved by the City Council, this will create procedures for development projects to show consistency with the CAP through use of the checklist tool and also numeric emissions thresholds. Under CEQA guidelines, lead agencies such as the City of Oceanside may establish qualitative, quantitative, or performance standards to determine a project's environmental impacts. These are known as thresholds of significance under CEQA state law. Generally, if a project is compliant with a threshold, compliant or under a threshold, it is determined to have a less than significant impact under CEQA, and no mitigation is required. If a project exceeds or cannot comply with the threshold, it's determined to have a significant impact, and formal mitigation, monitoring, and reporting is required. While CEQA provides recommendation thresholds for many impact areas, including GHG emissions, cities may adopt local thresholds for their use, provided that they are supported through a public process, adopted via resolution, rule or ordinance, and supported by substantial evidence. Because the CAP update was analyzed under the EIR as a component of the general plan update, it is considered a qualified plan for the reduction of greenhouse gases. Therefore, it may be used to tier and streamline future analysis of discretionary development projects that are subject to CEQA. This is accomplished, as I mentioned earlier, through demonstrating consistency with the Climate Action Plan's emission reduction measures. Thus, the primary threshold of significance in this case is consistency with the CAP update. This is the primary and most efficient pathway to utilize the streaming benefit of the CAP. Simultaneous with the CAP update, staff are introducing an updated checklist, as I previously described, to demonstrate projects' consistency with the Climate Action Plan as conditions of approval. Under the primary threshold, two pathways may be followed for a discretionary project to demonstrate consistency. The first is the use of the checklist only, where applicable features based on the project's land use, location and operations, and service population would be conditions of approval for the project, where not otherwise required. The second pathway is for projects that cannot comply with the checklist features, wherein quantitative thresholds of significance will apply. Regardless of the compliance pathway used, all discretionary projects are expected to complete the CAP checklist to the extent feasible. The values shown here and included in the proposed resolution constitute these quantitative thresholds of significance, where a project cannot use the checklist pathway alone. Such projects must complete a project-specific emissions analysis compliant with CEQA and compare their results to these values based on the project's operational year. Rather than consistency with the Climate Action Plan alone, this approach examines cumulative emissions, including the project's construction and operations on an annual basis. A further explanation is described in the guidelines for determining significance in the following slides. To implement the thresholds enacted by the resolution, staff have developed standardized guidelines for determining the significance of a project's greenhouse gas emissions. The determination begins by identifying one of two compliance pathways. The pathways are based on whether the project will be operational prior to 2031 and if it is consistent with the general plan's land use and zoning designations. as those emissions would have been accounted for in the GPU's analysis. Projects that are not consistent with the underlying land use may provide evidence on how their project may generate emissions less than or equivalent to those assumed to be associated with the underlying land use. The first step determines the project's eligibility for a streamlined review through the checklist. If eligible, in the second step, the applicant completes the checklist to demonstrate how they are consistent with the CAP update through the inclusion of operational and design features. As mentioned in the prior CAP presentation, discretionary projects that can comply with each measure in the checklist are determined to not have a cumulatively significant impact under CEQA. The checklist is tailored both to private development and city capital projects, and they are to be codified as conditions of approval. I already mentioned that the checklist may only be used for projects that are expected to be operational prior to 2031. And the checklist is itemized similar to the CAP update, including certain features based on energy, transit, active transportation, and reducing VMT. For projects ineligible for streamlining, the quantitative thresholds are based on the project's annual emissions per service population. Service population is defined as the total number of persons living or working at the project site, normalized by its emissions on an annual basis. It provides a measurement of how efficient the site design is at reducing emissions on a per-person basis. The proposed threshold values that are in the resolution are listed in 5-year increments and benchmarked to the major milestones in the Climate Action Plan aligned with legislative targets. Projects must demonstrate they meet these values through a project-specific study and incorporate mitigation measures as necessary to demonstrate compliance. Quantitative thresholds are backed by substantial evidence as required by CEQA through the technical documentation provided as appendix to the resolution. Staff have determined that this action is categorically exempt from further environmental review under CEQA, Guidelines Section 15308, also known as a Class 8 exemption, as it's an action taken by a regulatory agency for the protection of the environment. Staff recommend the City Council confirm issuance of a notice of exemption to be filed with the County Clerk and the State Clearinghouse. Staff recommends the City Council adopts the guidelines and thresholds for the determination of significance of GHG emissions pursuant to CEQA Guidelines 15064.7 by adoption of resolution and confirm issuance of a categorical exemption under CEQA Guidelines 15308. That concludes my presentation, and we are available for questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the dais before we go to the public? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. In determining the significance for streamlining, and by the way, thank you, that was very comprehensive and lots of work, I know. So I just have some maybe dumb questions for you to answer real quick. Who determines if the project will be enacted prior to 2030? Is it like the developer says we're going to?
Yeah, it'd be in the development processing application. Again, it can be in the application for the project. They can provide an estimate of when the project will be active, but if the project is actually constructed and goes beyond 2030 and it's not granted occupancy, for example, essentially those measures wouldn't apply anymore.
Okay, but they would have already gotten
They would have to do their own
streamlining.
analysis, their own
They'd have to
GHG
do that
analysis.
again before people move into it. I mean, like it seems like it's already.
So it would depend on staff's assessment of the application when it came in. Like, is it realistic that they're actually going to have the entitlement complete and like have the project funded and actually build it and get occupancy granted? Again, it's going to be a case-by-case determination.
Okay, so there'll be, obviously staff will be reviewing that. I guess if we go outside those lines, I'm just curious if maybe we should be thinking about how to catch folks if it goes beyond that. Then the second part would be when you say in your flow chart, which I love a good flow chart, pathway 1 goes through, is the project consistent with the current general plan land use and zoning designation? Does that include projects that are using density bonus to double the size of a project? Would that still be considered compliant with our general plan? Because I know they've had that conversation at Planning Commission. So, I just know that's a much more intensive use. So I'm just curious how that interacts with this process.
Currently, that language about density bonus is not included in the beginning of the flow chart, but at the direction of council, it's something that staff could look at further. The beginning of the flow chart in the CAP checklist, it asks whether the project is general plan land use consistent and zoning consistent, but it does not differentiate between a base density or base zoning use and a density bonus project.
I think this is an important distinguishing factor here because developers have said, and I've heard it at several meetings, that they are consistent with land use even though they're doing double the size of a development that is proposed there because they're utilizing density bonus. So I guess I just like I would prefer that it not be included in this streamlining. And I think that's an important piece of this because we are assuming that they are complying with the zoning that we have put forward, not that they're complying with the state law that allows them to get out of the zoning that we put forward. So if we can determine that here, I'd prefer that we have a strong answer before we move forward. Thank you.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Thank you, Mayor. I just have one question. When you say staff, is that both the development services and sustainability program administrator when it's reviewing this in tandem, or who's overseeing this?
Well, there's a couple different groups. Our sustainability administrator would be Justin. Development services in general, we work with our building official and also with planning. So the three sectors would mainly be the key folks.
Mr. Burke?
Just on the point about general plan consistency and density bonus, there are provisions of state law under density bonus that do dictate that a project is not inconsistent with the general plan by virtue of its utilization of density bonus and other allowable waivers or concessions thereunder. So we can look at it more closely, but I would caution that there are state law determinations that already apply that find general plan consistency even though you're utilizing this density bonus.
Okay, this is the public. We've gotten to the part of the public hearing where we hear from the public. You did not have to actually sign up to be able to speak and address this item and let us know what you think. But certainly if you signed up, we're going to take you first. How many people signed up?
We have 16 speakers that are registered for this item.
16. Okay, well, this is a very, very critical document and historic, in fact, so we're going to go ahead and go all 3 minutes. Be mindful of that, please. If you can get it done before that, that would be nice. So we're going to go ahead and get started. First is Todd, followed by Jimmy Knott, followed by Mary Ellen Reese. We do have 2 podiums if you'd like to approach the other podium. So we can run through everyone. Todd.
Hi. Good evening. My name is Todd Quinn. I'm an Oceanside resident here in Ocean. I'm here to express my deep disappointment with the cancellation of the inland and rail trail. This rail trail was real important for the corridor of Oceanside Boulevard.
You're saying that the inland rail trail wasn't included in the general plan update? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying it's been canceled. They're not going to construct it anymore. And I feel like it's a loss for us here in Oceanside.
All right, so are you talking about funding? Because that's completely separate from this. This is actually the plan, and of course, as we move through the plan, we'll be looking for funding from different places.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
Go ahead and say what you, and then at the end, we'll have staff address all the questions.
I'm an Oceanside resident. I live inland now. I used to live on the beach. What I'm witnessing is Oceanside Boulevard has increased speeds to 55 miles an hour. It's unsafe for anyone riding a bike, and I believe that the inland rail trail is, because that project's not going forward anymore, people are going to be riding their bikes on Oceanside Boulevard, which is 55 miles an hour. I believe that speed is too fast. I understand speed has gone up for roads west and east, but for that road particularly, There's been no improvement with the bike lanes. And I feel that it might be safer to encourage people to ride their bikes on Highway 76.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Knott, followed by Patty Langen, followed by Allison St. John Inglis.
Mayor, council members, Jimmy Knott, 127 Sherry Lane. An Oceanside Schools teacher called me at home today and asked me to express the following story and concern when she taught her students about the importance and threats to the wetlands, watersheds, and their aesthetic values to the human experience here in Oceanside. A student spoke up saying, "These can't be replaced. Will there be any left for the future? My future, my family's future?" That's a question that you need to ask yourself. So I leave that with you on that portion of it, from that teacher, to ask yourself. I must also speak against developments for energy-hungry data centers. Then there are threats to the power of power consumption and threats to the seniors and poor because of the high electrical costs that are facilitated in such developments. I also speak against any development of battery centers, as they can be environmental and fire dangers. And with respect to Councilmember Robinson, our fire department can only handle so much, as has been discovered throughout the state of California. I must also speak for a missing element into the plan: quality of life. It's not in there. We need a quality of life rating, and we need it to be like A through F for our traffic. We don't have it in there. We need to have a quality of life rating so that the people of Oceanside can have that assurity. And finally, if we look at what's happening in our immediate time, what's happening up in Boyle Heights with the development up there of that massive refrigeration center, we have to look at it as it's happening. It's caught fire and is burning for 7 days. We need to look retrospectively on what we're allowing. Thank you.
Thank you. Patty Langen, followed by Allison St. John Inglis.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Patty Langen. I'm president of Buena Vista Audubon Society in Oceanside. And I want to congratulate the city on completing the general plan and thank the council, planning department, and staff for improvements to the VSR section of the general plan. Specifically, thank you for including language in the VSR to address the issue of bird window collisions, which cause up to 1 billion bird deaths every year in the United States. However, that language the language as written currently is too vague, and it doesn't accurately reflect recommendations in the Cal Green Bird-Friendly Building Design Code. So I am strongly urging that the council adopt changes tonight to VSR 5-30. The current language states that new development should consider implementing methods to minimize bird collisions for all openings above 40 feet, such as compliance with the 2x4 pattern rule or other means available. The language, all openings above 40 feet, appears to reference bird-friendly building design standards, but the 40-foot language lacks context and leaves out key information, such as any consideration of bird-safe design for the first 40 feet of elevation. ESR 5-30 also does not reference the bird-friendly building design code, Without referencing the building code, what guidance will be used to ensure compliance of that? Including one of the language alternatives provided, that is on the handout that was passed out to you, will give greater clarity for both developers and city staff to consistently implement and enforce policy. So in order to reduce bird collisions and provide greater clarity to developers and staff, we request that BSR policy 5-30 be revised to include the language, one of the two language options. And finally, we recognize the importance of wildlife connectivity and request the city add language to recognize the habitat linkage between Guajome Regional Park and Jeffries Ranch Preserve. This linkage should be prioritized in the city's conservation planning and included in the future biological resources protection ordinance. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ellison, St. John, Inglis, followed by Roger Davenport, followed by Chiwa Slater. We do have two podiums. Thank you.
Honorable Mayor and City Council, I'm Alison St. John Inglis, a 25-year Oceanside resident and also a member of the Sierra Club, the Oceanside Sierra Club CAP team. My primary message to you is yes, vote for this update. We need to pass it and move on focusing on implementation. Speaking of implementation, looking ahead, we need to do a better job of keeping track of progress on meeting the goals in this climate action plan. Last time we had one official update on the 2019 CAP, and that was in 2022. And by this, I don't mean a formal report to the City Council. I mean a system whereby anyone can keep track of progress as we go. The city's Climate Action and Sustainability webpage is a beginning. It describes policies and programs, but it could also describe progress in meeting these goals. To cite a very simple example, that webpage now describes the city's new tree giveaway program run by Tree San Diego. You know me and trees. I heard on the news today that Europe is experiencing a terrible heat wave. It's up to 105 degrees in Paris, and it's only a matter of time until that happens here too. In Brussels, they have initiated a major tree canopy program. Planting 200 trees a year is part of Oceanside's CAP update goals. What would be helpful would be a map. So anytime the tree is planted in the city by the city, not just the private residents, but by the city, we could see, and anyone, including city council members who don't always get updates either, could see the progress. Or in another example, CEA has information on how many Oceansiders have decided to put up their plan to 100% renewable energy. Let's put that on the website. Or in city bills, maybe the clean water bill. Let's publicize and celebrate any successes. If a new development plan actually meets all the criteria in this new checklist, let's promote it and explain how it meets it. There's a goal of 60,000 homes retrofitted by 2050, but no budget to do it. And that's a major part of the way we're supposed to meet our goals. The city has to get serious about getting the word out about incentives to retrofit homes. The city won a Smart Cities Award recently for its innovative sustainable infrastructure projects, for which it is to be congratulated. But it cannot meet the CAP goals alone. It has to engage its residents and businesses. So let's not let this CAP update sit on a shelf. Let's think strategically about how to reach those goals. Thank you.
Thank you. Roger Davenport, followed by Chiwa Slater, followed by Ellen Bartlett. It's upside down.
So my name's Roger Davenport. I live here in Oceanside for about 15 years. And I wanted to just make a couple comments on Measure E3 in the Climate Action Plan. Measure E3 is the one that calls for energy upgrades, as she just mentioned, the 60,000 buildings by 2045. I think it's important for people to know that this one act provides almost 3/4 of all the greenhouse gas reductions in the entire CAP. So it's an important measure, and it calls for upgrading buildings basically every 2 working days during the 15-year period from 2030 to 2045, which is very ambitious and may be difficult to accomplish, especially if we don't have funding for it. But the economics of the electricity is another problem. And really, right now, current utility rates, 37 cents a kilowatt hour, can make electric appliances more expensive to run than gas appliances. So there's no economic incentive to electrify. And that's mainly due to the transmission and distribution costs. So because of that, local solar production can reduce those rates. And one simple solution, is to put rooftop solar on houses, because when you install that at something like $250 a watt, you get an electricity cost that's about 5 times less than the utility rates to the customer. So that alone can make the electric appliance retrofits cost effective. And balcony solar systems should be even less expensive when they become available. And as you may know, legislation is pending on that. So my recommended emphases as a result of that is the city should try and identify opportunities for local energy production in order to bring down the cost of utility supplied electricity. That's one way. Secondly, they can promote rooftop and balcony solar installations because those provide low-cost electricity directly to the residents, and that will enable them to electrify their homes cost-effectively. Clean Energy Alliance, CEA, has several programs to help assist with that. And I think, you've already got this in the CAP. CAP actions 2.3 and 3.5 are relevant. And finally, to help residents prepare for electrification, one thing that's very important is to encourage pre-wiring, especially for heat pump water heaters, since water heater replacement is always an urgent situation. You can't wait for an electrician come out and rewire your house before you put in a new water heater. And again, action 3.5 may help with it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So Chiwa Slater, followed by Ellen Bartlett, followed by Jolene Smith.
Council members, I am Chiwa Slater. I live in Oceanside, and I am a Sierra Club CAP team volunteer. I thank the members of the council for the improvements to the 2019 CAP. And I look forward to seeing that CAP gets adopted this evening. Not adapted. It won't be adapted this evening, I'm sure. My concern is that although this update is an important step, its positive effects will be limited by the unless there is more of a commitment to funding the measures outlined in it. In particular, bothering me is the retrofitting of some 60,000 homes to all electric. We need that, and it's one of the CAP's most important elements, but I didn't see any commitment to funding for it. And also the things that Roger was talking about there in the end were like the rewiring and that sort of thing that would help people switch over to electricity. That takes money too, and I don't think we can really leave that to the homeowner to be totally responsible for that, because many of them can't afford it, but we all need it to happen. So I therefore strongly emphasize the importance of an accompanying commitment to this when the PEPIC study comes out and we know more about what is being recommended in it. I hope there will be a strong commitment to providing funding for this electrification of existing homes project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ellen Bartlett, followed by Jolene Smith, followed by Anne Catherine Roche Levesque.
How's that? Oh, good evening, all. I'm Ellen Bartlett, and I'm speaking on behalf of Preserve Calavera. While climate change is global, many of the effects and responses occur largely at the local level, which is why Oceanside must have an effective and strong climate action plan. If current trends continue, climate change will impact the very essence of life in Oceanside as we know it and enjoy it today. With nearly 4 miles of coastline, the beach is a way of life. The San Diego Foundation presented a summary of climate change impacts in San Diego County, which I emailed to the council members and the mayor yesterday. The summary was aptly called a regional wake-up call. These are some of the impacts we can expect by 2025 if current trends continue. Climate will be hotter and drier, as you can see on the overhead. Sea levels will be 12 to 18 inches higher, which you can see on the bottom graph. Wildfires will be more frequent and intense. Public health will be at risk due to poor air quality, heat, and infectious diseases spread by more mosquitoes and rodents in the area. Native plant and animal species will be lost forever. San Diego County is one of the most biologically diverse counties in the continental US. There are over 1,500 native plant species, including 368 rare species and 140 endangered species, over 650 native bees, 520 birds, 1,380 butterflies and moths, 91 terrestrial mammals, 75 reptiles, and 339 spiders calling the county home. Some of these species are found nowhere else on the planet, and that includes the coastal California gnatcatcher that was adopted as our logo over 25 years ago. You hold the power to create a strong framework for our city to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Please make the bold choices that are necessary now and accept the responsibility as elected officials to do the right thing for our city. We ask you to address these issues, not just for us, but for your children and your grandchildren. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jolene Smith, followed by Anne Catherine Roach Levesque, followed by Diane Nygaard.
Good evening. I'm a member of the Sierra Club CAP team and the Oceanside Green Spaces Coalition. We're very happy that the Planning Commission recommended continuing the agricultural easement program. I see that's been put back into the new CAP, and very happy about that. And because this framework makes it possible for our local farmers to apply for state grants and other funding sources, such as the Sustainable Agricultural Lands Conservation Grant, also known as SALT. No funds are needed from the city. I think it's very important to have local agriculture here in Oceanside to mitigate the effects of the climate crisis. And we ask for your continued support of the agricultural easement program. Thank you.
Thank you. Anne Catherine, there you are.
Good evening. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council members, and everyone. My name is Anne-Catherine Roque-Levesque. I am a resident of Oceanside, and I am representing Preserve Calavera. We want to commend city staff for improving the climate action plan and the CAP checklist, but residential building electrification remains a critical issue. The city has adopted the 2025 California Building Code, which requires new homes to be electric ready, meaning builders must install electrical infrastructure even when gas appliances are used. This often results in the added cost of installing both electrical and gas systems. Electric appliances are increasingly the most practical choice. They avoid the air quality impact associated with indoor gas combustion, reduce safety risks from gas leaks and explosions, and support California's transition to cleaner energy. Because new homes already include solar power requirements and many developers are choosing all-electric construction, the city should encourage this approach. The CAP's reliance on future retrofits to reduce greenhouse gas emission, that is, allowing gas appliances like gas water heaters, for instance, in new homes today to be replaced later, create unnecessary costs and makes achieving the city's climate goals more difficult. The city's own cap shows that natural gas accounted for about 18% of greenhouse gas emission in 2018, in the baseline year, and is projected to represent an increasing share of emissions as other sectors such as transportation, electricity, become cleaner. Importantly, we are asking that the checklist be modified to encourage all electric residential constructions. Developers would still have the choice whether to use a checklist, but those who do would receive the benefit of a streamlined approval process. If developers receive that benefit, our city and community should receive the intended climate and public health benefits as well. We respectfully ask you to address this issue, not just for us, but for our children and grandchildren. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council. It has been a long, hard road to get these documents to you tonight.
Ms. Nygaard.
We appreciate the good faith effort staff have made to respond to community concerns. And thank you, Ellen, for reminding us what is at stake if we do not address climate change. And thank you, and Catherine, for pointing out what we think is the single most important item to address tonight, and that's residential building electrification. The end is in sight, but we need your help tonight with 3 last actions. Residential building electrification. We're asking you to direct staff to add this to the checklist as an incentive just for new development. No one is forced to do anything. Developers can choose if they want to do this and comply with the checklist, and they get the advantage of streamlining. If they don't want to or do that or anything else on the checklist, it's their choice. They just do project-level greenhouse gas analysis. It's not a mandate. It would be in full compliance with the law, as our attorneys have pointed out in the letter today. Encouraging new projects to be all electric will save substantial costs in the future to convert these back from gas to electric. Secondly, we need an adequate budget to implement the cap as proposed. Unfortunately, the cost analysis by EPIC is not yet complete, so you don't know what those costs are, nor do we. We simply ask you to make it a priority to revisit that once you have the study. Then you can balance that amongst all of the other priorities impacting our budget. And third, fix the loopholes in item 1C on the checklist. In other cities, developers have already tried to explicit loopholes when checklists do not specifically address density bonus or could allow conversion of open space or farmland without further analysis. We know you want to ensure we plug any such loopholes. And that's why we propose specific language to do that. Please direct staff to consider that before finalizing the checklist. The longer it takes us to reduce emissions, the greater our costs will be in the future, and the greater the impacts on our community. We need a serious start now. We ask you to adopt this package tonight and provide directions to staff on these 3 critical actions. We ask that not just for those of us here today, but for your children and grandchildren who will pay the price if we don't address climate change. Thank you.
Thank you. Emily Gonzalez, followed by Cindy Davenport, followed by Mike Bullock.
Good evening. My name's Emily Gonzalez. I've lived here in Oceanside for 21 years. I'm a nonprofit co-founder, small business owner, and a mom, which is probably my most important leadership role. I'm pleased to see that staff listened and incorporated much of the feedback received when these items were considered by the Planning Commission last month. We are also working under a tight timeline, and we need to build in clear communication and revision loops moving forward. Clearly, there may be additional refinements needed as we learn more. Staff and best practices maintain that these plans be living documents. Please include direction for the design and facilitation of a robust and ongoing community engagement process to review the progress of these plans that are being considered tonight. As challenges and opportunities emerge, we will need to remain agile to meet these moments. Ongoing dialogue with the public and total transparency regarding the city's efforts will build the trust necessary to effectively revise targets based on collected data and new information as needed. Further, robust and inclusive community engagement taps the enormous wisdom, talents of local experts and community leaders. If these plans will indeed be living documents, the public needs to participate in its ongoing implementation and to learn alongside staff when conditions change. Together, we can collectively celebrate successes and meet any challenges, tapping all of the knowledge, wisdom, and energy we are lucky enough to have here in this city. Thank you.
Thank you. Cindy Davenport, followed by Mike Bullock, followed by Steve Burrell.
Hello, honorary council members and mayor and deputy mayor. I mean honorable, sorry. I haven't spoken in a while. As a volunteer with the Sierra Club and its Oceanside group working on the climate action plan, we'd like to promote a good climate action plan. And I have to say for sure, really appreciate the improvements that have been made since the 2019 climate action plan. So that gives us a lot of hope and looking forward to seeing the progress that we should be making. So I am a Sierra Club member, but I know that there's many others in the community who are concerned about climate disasters and everything related to that. I think Oscar Romero mentioned that there was a greater participation than they anticipated for the public outreach. And so I think it is clear that more and more people are concerned. And mentioning the 60,000 retrofits for electrification, I think it's great to share some stories about how it makes a person feel. I feel so much safer now in my home, no natural gas. And to illustrate that, just a few days ago, across the street from us, there was a fire, and it was a trailer that exploded. And so, yeah, that was probably not natural gas, but propane. However, that short duration fire, it burned some power lines. So our neighbors across the street didn't have power for a few hours, whereas I'm lucky enough to have a battery and PV system, so didn't really notice that. But I'm so concerned about neighbors being harmed by fossil fuels. So, parents can be sure that their kids won't be developing asthma because they're living in a home with natural gas appliances. And so I want to encourage people to look towards a better future. And also, if we had a Citizens Advisory Committee, a lot of people have ideas for helping to make some of these changes without being a heavy burden on the budget, et cetera. So looking forward to going forward. Thank you again so much. Thank you to the staff. And we hope to be working on the next update as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike Bullock, followed by Steve Burrell, followed by Barbara Collins.
Yeah, wow, 3 minutes. Honorable Mayor Sanchez and council members, and I'm Mike Bullock, 1800 Bayberry Drive. I want to say a little bit more about myself tonight, so if you have a little more time. As I've said, I have a BSW and a master's in engineering, and I worked for Lockheed Martin for 36 years, and my title when I retired was Senior Staff Systems Engineer. And I focus on climate change, transportation policy. I've worked on problems related to SB 375, a lot of climate action plans, regional transportation plans, SB 32, AB 32, and the CARB scoping plan. I've presented at conferences on urban planning panels in San Diego, Long Beach, San Francisco, Calgary, Guadalajara, Dallas, New Orleans, Chicago, and the Washington, D.C. metro area. So now what we're talking about tonight, I support the staff recommendations primarily because of the potential of a TR-1.4. In the Climate Action Plan update, TR-1 is the Transportation Demand Management Plan. So please start the implementation of TR-1's action TR-1.4, which is a firm commitment to put a price on the use of employee car parking. This must be done with a car parking system that wins support from most employees. Therefore, all employees must earn more money under the system, even those that drive every day. And excluding some setup tasks that people are going to have, the system must be as easy to use as the current system. The union must become supportive. It must be operated for the financial gain of the employees. The employees receive the earnings. To maximize those earnings, the parking needs to be shared parking. So anybody can park there. Each employee receives earnings in proportion to the time they spend at the work location, regardless of how they arrive at the work location. Workers who drive and workers who don't drive are treated equally in this way. However, workers who drive every day will need to get an extra payment called an add-in so they break even, considering they do pay to park. The add-in is equal to what they pay to park minus their car parking earnings. All workers will need to get a yearly bonus so that even workers who drive every day will earn more money under the new car parking system. Parking vendor Keith Jones, the CEO of Ace Parking, will submit a proposal.
Thank you, Mr. Bullock.
More details are in my letter. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Steve Burrell, followed by Barbara Collins.
Good evening, Mayor Sanchez, council members, Steve Burrell, Oceanside. I'm here tonight to do what I have been doing for a while here, which is advocate particularly for the senior community. I just want to say, I think it's important to continue what we started here, and this is an example tonight of the good that comes from civic engagement, and particularly for seniors. As you know, we have this age-friendly action plan, and we hope to be acting on it pretty soon. And I think it's not in conflict, it's complementary to what we're talking about tonight and many other things, so I want to say that. Also, I feel obligated to mention that it's come to my attention recently that there are many people who are way behind in their utility bills here. And it's something I think we need to look at here as a community to see what we can to support people, particularly since many of them are seniors. And lastly, I just want to mention what we all know or should know and not neglect, and that's that we've got hundreds of people living in the river bottoms here, and we need to do more. We need to have more affordable housing, and if it takes moving from 10% to 20%, let's do that. Let's take that major step forward. We're looking at, in the near future, more revenues. Part of it will be the marijuana piece of it. Part of it will be the tourist tax. And so I know we want to be prudent and have a balanced budget and prepare for emergencies, but we need to look at what we can do in the future. One last thing I would say too is we need to continue to do what we started to do and are doing in terms of emergency preparedness. This particularly is an issue for seniors, particularly in the mobile home parks, where there's not a lot of room for them to leave if they have to in a hurry and navigate our system, our streets, the way it is now. So that's just something I hope we can continue to work on and work together. Thank you.
Thank you. Barbara Collins.
Thank you, Mayor Sanchez and Deputy Mayor Joyce and City Council members. Good evening. My name is Barbara Collins. I'm an Oceanside resident, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Sierra Club. We want to express our strong support for the adoption, full funding, and active implementation of the CAP. In addition, we appreciate the commitment of the city manager to an accelerated schedule to update the CAP as soon as we have the new growth projections. Significantly greater housing and population growth is now on the table, and we need a CAP that reflects that. We're very disappointed that the proposed CAP does not contain enough measurable GHG reduction measures to meet the 2045 and 2050 GHG reduction goals established by the state. The CAP allows the city to streamline CEQA review for all new developments. That's a significant benefit, and our CAP must be robust enough to meet the state targets in the next update. Also, the program to decarbonize existing buildings in Oceanside by retrofitting them with heat pump appliances instead of gas appliances needs to have much more detail added to achieve its very high goals. That should start right after adoption, since it's the major GHG reduction measure in our CAP, and it's largely undefined. Any plan is only as good as its implementation. We need sustained long-term staffing and a funding commitment. The 2019 CAP didn't get that. We need our city leaders to make a long-term commitment to our CAP. Hiring a sustainability coordinator was a great step. That position has other significant responsibilities besides the CAP implementation, though. The CAP needs a full-time staff person to work with Justin. In closing, this CAP needs to be an active blueprint for sustainability. And if we do that, we'll be doing our part, which is only fair. And we will have cleaner air, lower energy costs, and good-paying green jobs. So thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. You did not have to actually have signed up. We just heard from those who did. Now I'm asking anyone wishing to speak, please approach the podium. And you have up to 3 minutes. State your name, and then you can speak for up to 3 minutes.
Mayor and City Council. I went to Joan Bachman. I went to all the meetings. I spoke to Russ many, many times. I sent pages and pages and pages of information in and many ideas. So I'm really thrilled to be at this point right now. I want to acknowledge a few items. The Smart Sustainable Corridor Plan means that neighborhood zoning won't be changed. That's why you don't have every neighborhood here screaming about it. And so that is the promise. And I want that explicitly stated in this hearing, so I'll do it. And that includes definitely my neighborhood, Seaside neighborhood, and Crown Heights. And we can talk more about how to gentrification and how to make that actually work, although no one knows. On the Smart and Sustainable Corridor Plan, Oceanside Boulevard Commercial on El Corazon came out of the plan. If anywhere should densify and meet those goals, I think it's the OBC. And the plan right now is some suburban drive-through thing that we're not overly thrilled with. I'm really happy to see all of the alley access, parkway language and all of that, but it could go in multiple places. Policy 2.2 could add all lots with alley access have to use it, could also go to 2E13 on that. On 316, remove the word consider. It is time to provide incentives and education for rainwater capture and gray water use. I'm doing it at my house. We do it at the Nature Center. It's time to require it, not just consider. Transit element, please don't widen roads. We know this is a failure. I get misquoted all the time on things, but we need to state that traffic can never be fixed. It can just sort of be managed. And the way you manage it is by making it less convenient for cars. So we need to be doing that. So please do that. A true cost of cars must be considered. On 530, please, stronger language on bird friendly on that. VSR 9 and 10, please remove the word naturalized. Naturalized is invasive. If a plant came here and took off, it's not a good thing. It's sort of like parrots. They came here and took off, and they don't belong. VSR 18, I can't wait to create the resource management plan for El Corazon. That will be fun. SRE 1, include rainwater capture in as many places as possible. SRE 5, change to remove all invasive plants from the San Luis Rey River. That action alone would accomplish a lot of the safety and fire issues, since Arundo is so burns hotter as does pampas grass. So those are my inputs, and thank you for getting this done.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sandra Martinez, and I want to thank our presenters today. That was really thorough, and I can't imagine how much work went into that, but probably a lot. I had a couple questions. One was in Mr. Romero's presentation. He talked about special assessment districts, and so I was kind of wondering what that meant, and you know, are those the people that are going to be bearing certain costs? You talked about Oceanside Boulevard and public transportation, which is, my understanding is that's largely controlled by Sandag, and Sandag, most of the money goes to the city of San Diego and southern cities due to the way the vote is based on population. So I don't know if there's anything that's being considered how we can actually get money for that, since that doesn't seem to be a priority for Sandag. Thirdly, we have the turf replacement issue going on in the state, but yet we want to expand our canopy. So we're removing non-usable turf or unessential, whatever.
Grass.
Grass, and replacing with trees, but the state doesn't allow for trees.
It does.
It only allows certain trees. There's a guidelines of what you can and cannot replace. But to me, that is diametrically opposed to reducing our per capita water use. If you plant new trees in your yard, they have to be watered. So I'm not understanding how that's going to work. The same if you put new trees up and down in public areas or industrial areas, they do require water. So I'm not sure how that's actually a feasible possibility, but I will congratulate the City of Oceanside for not doing a study which one of our neighboring cities did, which was to determine if it's cooler under the shade of a tree or in the middle of a street. So we didn't do that, and that is really awesome. But yes, so people are being incentivized to put in rocks, which we know increases the temperature, but they're doing it because they're trying to save water. So I think that's an issue we really need to visit to come up with something that actually is going to meet our needs as well as help the environment and wildlife. A person earlier did speak about the wildlife corridors, and with the changes that have been proposed, I do see that as being an issue because wildlife do have a difficulty jumping over barriers that are of certain heights. For example, on 76, someone spoke about the Jeffries Ranch to Guajome corridor. So things like that, again, I think our wildlife has not been considered enough, just as the ladies had mentioned regarding the bird issue. And then, of course, where does the money come for all this? You know, it's really nice to have lofty ideals and dreams, but I live in a real world, and I hope you do too. So I would like to find some actual sources of funding to do this before we go way off.
Thank you.
Mayor Sanchez, members of the council and the public, I'm speaking off the cuff here, just listening to some comments from this item. I'd like to point out that climate change,
Could you state
which
your
is
name
a
for the record,
concern to
please?
people, Richard Newton. Climate change is a global issue, and that most greenhouse gases come from China and India. I spoke about this before at a council meeting a year or two ago, and I drew an analogy to the total carbon gas output globally compared to what Oceanside puts out. And the analogy I drew was a mountain that was over 13,000 feet high to represent total global output of carbon emissions. And Oceanside's contribution to that was simply 1 foot out of 13,000. So it would be really unfair and irrational to put huge economic burdens on Oceanside residents to aggressively tackle climate change and greenhouse gas emissions. I'd like to comment particularly on retrofitting existing buildings. That puts a huge and unfair burden on homeowners, financially estimated at approximately $40,000 per house to run new circuits, 240-volt circuits, and install new appliances and the labor to go with that. It's also, frankly, from a carbon footprint point of view, it's pretty stupid because you need to manufacture new appliances. There's carbon footprint for that. You need to run new electrical circuits, meaning tearing out parts of the building, getting the installation of the circuits in, and then rebuilding those repairs and those damages to the building to retrofit them. There is a carbon footprint to transport those appliances and to dispose of the old ones. This has a huge financial impact or environmental impact in terms of its own footprint to install that. At most, require full electrification only for new construction. That's a good middle ground. That will address the issue over time, and it will not have any significant impact on the global issue of climate change, where, as I said, Oceanside's contribution was approximately 1 out of 13,000 to the total global output. And so that, I think, is a reasonable approach to take, only to electrify new construction and to not mandate retrofits on existing buildings. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to address the council on this item? Please approach the podium, state your name, and you have up to 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Cassie Cox. I'm just here to speak for the wildlife and to hope that we can include specific language for the linkages between the Guajome Regional Park and the Jeffries Ranch. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to address the council?
Hello, my name is Jessica Cooper. I'm also speaking off the cuff in a very different way. I would like to say that I didn't read everything, and this is a very comprehensive assessment, so some of my comments may already be addressed in the plan, but I do want to say that I do think we need very clear goals for low-income and affordable housing. As people have expressed, we have about 20% of people in Oceanside are seniors on fixed incomes, and we have about 22% of people in Oceanside have an income under $50,000, and that is not affordable to pay rent that costs $2,500 a month. So I just want to be really mindful that any new development is including low-income and affordable housing, and we should be doing more than just the bare minimum given our city makeup. I am also concerned about all of the growth and sort of creating this streamlined checklist that could potentially be full of loopholes for developers, especially regarding the greenhouse gas emissions. Concerned about oversight of that, who is going to be vetting this, and who will be auditing this to make sure that what they're saying on this checklist is what is actually going to happen. And will there be any enforcement in that development to ensure that we are getting what they're saying that they're going to do, and things aren't going to change once they get the streamlined approval. Density bonus, and the last point that I have is just a point of concern. All of these things sound really great, but we don't have the budget yet, right? So that's the other consideration, is how are we going to do all of that, and who's going to pay for it? I would circle back to those developers, and if there's enforcement or things like that, maybe we can fine them or get money that way. But I think it needs to be on developers to help fund all of this and not put back on the residents. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to address the council? State your name, and you have up to 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hello, council. My name is Tim Insalvis. I've lived in Oceanside since I was 9 years old and very proud to call this city home. I want to say thanks to staff and to council for investing in the updates and implementation of the Climate Action Plan. to invest in the resiliency, health, and future of our community. I also work in the sustainability and clean energy industry, and happy to note that this is a great time for the city to invest in these CAP measures, such as building policies that encourage building electrification in an equitable way. There are several free resources and incentives available, and even more coming online through the San Diego Regional Energy Network that can support Oceanside to reach these goals at no cost to the city or its residents. So thank you all for your work and support for our communities.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to address the council? I see no one else rising. I'm going to go ahead and close this part of the public hearing and go to staff to respond to comments and questions that were raised by the public. Maybe you're saying, you go first. No.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor. To respond to a few of the public comments and some of the themes that we kept hearing over and over again, I can start first with accountability and reporting. So we do understand, the public's desire to see more than just annual reporting if this CAP update is adopted. Staff are currently exploring 3 potential platforms for what we call dashboards, online dashboards right now. These are a pretty popular tool statewide. City of San Diego has one. The City of Encinitas has one. So that's a tool that we're looking at launching probably towards the end of this year once we have a vendor chosen and we've uploaded the data into it. So that is in the works right now. Again, we've heard of a few concerns about the Measure E3 and the CAP, which is the existing building energy ordinances, or what we call a REACH code. So the way the program is intended to work, and again, this is a future consideration for the City Council. This is not something that goes into effect by adopting the CAP update tonight. It's amendments to the city's local building codes. So policies and ordinances that would go above the existing state 2025 energy code. And the way it's currently worded in the CAP is that this would qualify for only certain types of retrofits in residential and commercial sites. It's a square footage based threshold. So not every single project or every single homeowner that comes to pull a building permit with the city would necessarily qualify and have to get kicked into this, this REACH code ordinance should it be adopted by the City Council. And furthermore, about concerns with affordability, no city in California can adopt an energy REACH code without certification by the State California Energy Commission through a cost effectiveness analysis. This is a requirement, a legal requirement, that if a city is to adopt a REACH code or an energy code that is more stringent than the state's code, an amortized energy efficiency cost study must be submitted to the State Energy Commission to validate that the savings on the energy incentives, or sorry, the energy retrofits that go into the project are greater than the upfront cost, the upfront capital cost of the measure. So I just wanted to address that. And as far as timing, we will be, that is a priority for our program, should the CAP update be adopted. Also concerns about funding and the budget for the CAP administration. We do have an adopted fiscal year 26-27 CAP administration budget. Our priority in the next year is getting to work on developing the policy language and the ordinance language for that set of REACH codes to bring to City Council for consideration next year. I'll turn it over to you if you want to have anything with the general plan update.
I think you're doing great.
There were 3 items that were requested to be addressed by Ms. Nygaard, Diane Nygaard. There was a letter that was sent to us. Could you please address each one of those 3?
Thank you.
And I believe, Mr. Borrego, you had no problems with those. Is that correct?
Honorable Mayor and Council members, I'll let Justin kind of explain it much better than I would be able to.
And thank you for reminding me. I was just gathering my thoughts. I intended to come back to this. So with the CAP checklist, the very first step, right, is determining if your project is proposing a land use change, whether general plan amendment or zoning code amendment. Provided that is the case and your project qualifies and you move into the next set of the checklist, if the council wishes to add, an all-electric requirement for new construction, it's something we can consider. It's unorthodox. We have not seen any other cities that have put this type of requirement into a checklist. Not to say that it necessarily couldn't be done. However, we need to be very careful when we start treading into the waters of conditions of approval on projects that may require or seem to require all-electric construction that may seem that, hey, we're not going to allow natural gas. I think through our briefings, we've let you all know that through existing legal precedent, we cannot ban natural gas plumbing. We can't prohibit sites from desiring to use natural gas. But when we look at the existing building code, for the most part, it keeps getting more and more stringent every 3-year cycle, right? And it's almost more cost effective for builders now just to choose voluntarily to go all electric, considering that if they do elect to use natural gas, essentially they're putting dual plumbing in. They would have to, let's say, for example, your water heater, if you have a natural gas water heater under the 2025 code, within 3 feet of that location, you're gonna have to put a 240 volt outlet in, right? If the owner wants to swap that out with electric. So there's already, I think, a financial incentive for most builders to go all electric. But should the council provide direction to explore that further, there are also incentives outside of the checklist that we could consider. I would recommend that we vet those more thoroughly. Such examples could be expedited permit timelines, a reduction in permit fees. Again, these are just examples, but we would recommend that we explore those further if the council directs us to, because there could be unforeseen impacts through things like revenue and staff burden.
Right, and these checklists are outside of the general plan update.
Correct. This is to implement the cap. Another issue to consider, so by including language on all electric new construction, essentially it has the possibility of screening out a bunch of projects that either desire to use natural gas or alternative fuels or have to because of their proposed operation. So if it's the first step in the checklist and an applicant has to say, no, we're not going to go all electric for these reasons, you don't even get the benefit of completing the rest of the streamlining because you've answered no to that first question. So again, that's just something to consider. There was also comments from the group on adding some clarifying language to step 1 of the checklist, which is the zoning, whether a project is consistent with the underlying land use in the zoning code. We examined that, and I think there was specific reference to projects that would possibly be converting open space or agricultural lands, and as well as referencing the city's comprehensive zoning ordinance and general plan. At the direction of council, this could be something that we consider, whether it's language in that part or even a more explicit checklist item, like does your project propose converting zoned agricultural land or zoned open space land to non-zoned open space land? If the council directs us to include that and an applicant checks yes, then you're disqualified and you have to do a project-specific analysis. I will note, however, though, that in the CEQA provisions that talks about tiering from the cap using a consistency checklist, there is an off-ramp in the actual CEQA guidelines. And that's section 15183.5 B2. It gives a lead agency the discretion to require an environmental impact report for a project, regardless of whether it determines whether a project demonstrates consistency, if the lead agency determines that the potential cumulative impacts are cumulatively considerable. So the city as a lead agency still reserves the discretion in the development review process that even if a checklist was completed and we're looking at a potential general plan amendment or a land use change, the CEQA guidelines does give the city the discretion to consider a project-specific greenhouse gas study and an environmental impact report. I know that was a lot. Hopefully I'm explaining this in an understandable way.
There was a funding question regarding electrification, and I understand that CEA is also providing programs for that,
correct,
as well as other grants?
Yeah, correct. Clean Energy Alliance, and also I think the last speaker, Mr. Monsalves, mentioned SD-REN, which is the San Diego Regional Energy Network. So these two organizations are working hand in hand to put out incentives for rooftop solar plus battery storage. There's a new program that's launching soon called the EBD grant, which is the Equitable Building Decarbonization Grant. That's going to be income qualified home energy upgrades. So these are all programs that we're already advertising on the city's website through social media, through our Tide newsletter, and we intend to continue that, in bilingual distribution as well. So there are resources out there. And I think the remaining comment from the group that you're referencing was, plans for sufficient funding for the CAP implementation, which I referenced in my presentation, right? Our intent was to hopefully have the cost study done before tonight's hearing, but unfortunately, it's like herding cats. We have to get a lot of information from different departments to produce a reliable study. And we intend on bringing that study back through council, whether it's as a general item or whether a pass-through memo for your consideration and a briefing.
Thank you. Mr. Borrego, did you want to say something at this point?
Yeah, I just wanted to
Mr.
kind
Romero?
of clarify a few things here and just make sure that we're clear here. So the checklist is actually a tool that we can approve and amend administratively at staff level. It doesn't require council action. So the reason I mention that is if we are able to make further refinements to the checklist and working with the folks that have spoken here tonight, we're certainly willing to do that to the extent that we're supportive of the changes. Just to kind of summarize, when it comes to the electrification and the checklist, if there's things that we can do to the checklist that incentivize electrification, I certainly think that's something that we would be interested in. I think where we would draw the line is whether, of course, steering away from a mandate, which, as I understand, not necessarily what's being requested tonight. But also, I don't necessarily agree that we should automatically exempt a project from streamlining unless it's 100% electric. I think that's something else that we would probably not necessarily support at a staff level. But if there's ways to incentivize it through making further refinements to the checklist, I'm certainly happy to have those conversations. I also wanted to, with respect to the conversion of ag land, or I'm sorry, with respect to the idea of development on agricultural land in open space as it relates to the checklist in regards to the letter that we did receive from the Chatton Brown Law Group, I think we all agree as staff that if a project is proposed that is not consistent with the general plan or zoning allowances in either an agricultural area or an open space area, then I do think that they should have to do their own separate GHG analysis and not be exempt, because I think, the fact that they're not compliant with zoning in general and the general plan is reason enough to require them to do a more detailed GHG analysis, and we would be supportive of that change. Again, we can handle that stuff at a staff level, and that's the way that I would request that we do that moving forward from tonight.
Thank you. And I think there was another question that regarding the cap, and that had to do with a removal of grass versus planting of trees.
There's currently no measure proposed in the cap related to non-functional turf removal. There is an existing state law, and I'm sorry, I can't quote that off the top of my head, that is mandating, non-functional turf removal
Right.
or transitioning to recycled or reclaimed water use.
Unfunded mandate.
So there's nothing in the cap update that specifically speaks to turf removal programs.
But as to trees require less waterings than, say, grass.
Depending on what species you're talking about. I mean, I'm not a certified arborist, obviously. But part of the cap does promote, the planting of trees on public and private property. And we've already started a little small slice of that, with the tree giveaway program that I think one of the speakers mentioned earlier. And then proceeding to look ahead to what kind of either in lieu fee programs that we can establish. That's an action that's proposed for the council's consideration in the cap. And then also, expanding the urban forest, their public works program.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor. I think when it comes to the general plan, one of the items that came up was VSR 5-30, and that was in regard to the bird strikes. So city staff is in agreement that we can include this, change that policy to include these guidelines referencing the Cal Green Building Code. As long as it's not a requirement, it's a recommendation to use these guidelines as part of the policy.
Right, thank you.
In addition, there was a question about what did staff mean in including special assessment districts? This was an option that was included as part of the specific plan as something that we can look into further. A special assessment district is an option for funding public infrastructure. It would create a special tax area for development. So similar to a Melrose, that's what we would use. That would be applied for this infrastructure within the corridors. So that's in regard to the special assessment district. There was also a question about the wildlife corridor and what's occurring after. So as you know, once the general plan is approved as part of the VSR action items, we do have a vegetation mapping effort, which will be moving forward. We do have a wildlife corridor movement study, which will also be moving forward. There's a biological resource protection ordinance, which all three will be moving within the next 2 years. Yes, we agree that the information that we've used as part of the final or the programmatic EIR is a baseline for existing habitat in reference to the draft sub-area plan. That the data included has been since 2016 and later. But that's why these efforts and action items are included as part of the next steps to update the information that we have for preserve, hardline, and future restoration.
Right, so in terms of the sub-area plan, what we have here, and the sub-area plan was basically combined into the general plan update. This is really step one of the sub-area plan, and then next are all those other things that you just mentioned and in terms of finally having a sub-area plan that would then be coordinated with other cities doing their sub-area plans, such as Carlsbad.
Honestly, Madam Mayor, that is not what we are doing at this point. At this point, we are including the policies within the draft sub-area plan into our general plan, and then later codifying that within the zoning ordinance as part of the biological resource protection ordinance. The draft sub-area plan, or moving forward with approving that, as we have not been directed to move forward with that yet.
Yeah, so that would be like another step.
Correct.
Moving forward, okay, thank you. Any other responses you wish to make?
Not that I can recall, but if I miss something, please let me know.
Oh, I think there was one. I believe Mr. Knott mentioned something about data centers. Would we be able to do a ban on data centers tonight? The answer is no, correct? Mr. Burke?
Not tonight.
And it's because of?
It's not within the scope of the general plan. That would require separate council action. We could bring back with direction. We could look at data centers, moratoriums, those specific planning issues, but that is not part of the general plan action tonight.
Great. All right, thank you. To the council, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to start with a quick shout out to Russ Cunningham. He put a lot of work into this. I'm sure he's watching. Yeah. We really appreciate all the time, the years. This is a very ambitious effort. It's very comprehensive. It has a beautiful vision for the future of our city. I just want to flag a couple of things. The smart sustainable corridors first. Are we able to include actually, I'll skip that one. My biggest concern about the smart sustainable corridors is the mobility issues, because the way that this sets out is that we're going to adopt this new plan, and then developments will come in throughout the corridors at all kinds of different times. Some could come in the next couple of years, and it could be many years before the next one that's near it comes in. And so the mobility issue of these beautiful, complete streets, they just don't have a funding mechanism, and I appreciate that the presentation called that out. That is my biggest concern about adopting this, and then having developments who I know are waiting for us to adopt this jump in with their applications right off the bat. So I'm concerned about that. I've asked what we can do to make sure that everybody that is proposing it to build within the smart sustainable corridors partakes in that and is contributing to mobility, because complete streets with these high-speed buses with separated bike lanes and mobility from walking. I mean, we heard people talk about Oceanside Boulevard. That is a crazy, not safe place to walk along, much less bike or anything else. So I just want to like flag really hard that we should be moving as quickly as possible to get the updated transportation and mobility fees back to council after adoption, because whether or not development takes on our smart sustainable corridors pathway of least resistance, or if they come in and want to develop using density bonus, because several of these properties will have now been upzoned. So the new density of the property is higher. So that means a density bonus project is double that, a max density bonus project. Whether they take either one of those either one of those pathways, there's still going to be islands of development along the corridor, and a comprehensive transportation between them is something that we absolutely need for them to not be islands, but to be connected communities. So I'm just flagging that. I'm not asking for any amendments on that this time. There are a few individual pieces that I would ask my colleagues to support amending in this moment. The first one is the zoning of a singular parcel between Carolyn Circle and Butler Street. It's not along transit or anything else, and it is a kind of a unicorn property when you look at the zoning plan. It's on Mission Avenue, so if you got your map out, it's on Mission Avenue. It's when you go down Mission Avenue Hill, and it's right up against the single-family Loma Alta neighborhood. But it's this big triangle property. It's a pretty large property. It has a lot of slope, but in the new plan, it's proposed to be high density. And it doesn't, to me, make a lot of sense why it would be, since it doesn't have those connections in place. So I would request that we would reduce it to medium density rather than high. It just seems to make more sense. I have talked with staff at length. I don't know if they want to weigh in on whether or not we can do that or what the thoughts are on that, but it's kind of right up against it. I don't have a lot of these actual individual properties, so I appreciate the patience.
Honorable Mayor and council members, yeah, we do actually, I think we actually have a slide or an exhibit that shows the property that Deputy Mayor Joyce is referring to, just so everyone's benefit. As was mentioned in our conversations prior, the challenge with that property is the fact that it is actually identified as a housing opportunity site within our certified housing element. So any change in the existing density of that site really kind of needs to be thoroughly vetted in the context of the adopted housing element. So I don't think that we've had the opportunity to do that level of analysis yet in terms of what implications it would have with respect to our certified housing element. So I guess that's kind of a long-winded excuse to saying I don't necessarily think we would be recommending moving on that tonight until we've done that analysis to make sure that we have the capacity in our existing housing element to handle that reduction, assuming that the majority of your colleagues support that change in zoning beyond what's currently planned.
I appreciate you bringing up the map, and I appreciate you addressing it. I think, just for my colleagues' sake, once you upzone it, you can't downzone it. So this is kind of the only opportunity. Once it goes up to a high-density zone, you can't go backwards. That's state law. So we could keep it at medium density, and then if we find out that that runs afoul of state law, we could certainly put it right back up to high density. But this is kind of the last chance for you to fix this one. It's that little orange triangle. I mean, the brown triangle, I apologize. Yep, that's the one.
I'll get the map up.
So right now it's open space. It's zoned for residential estate B. And so moving that to high density didn't seem to make a lot of sense. It is near Mission Cove, yes. Yep. It's to the west. You want to express the exact density?
Yes, just for the benefit of council. So the density proposed under the plan that's shown before tonight is 30 units to the acre. Even though it's called high density, in my mind, that's not necessarily high density, 30 units to the acre, but that is the designation, the name of the designation, and it's 30 units to the acre.
So I guess I'm just asking, do we have 3 supports for that? 20, what's medium density? Quick. Quick, I'm finding it.
I think it's 20.
It's 20-something.
It's a very challenged parcel, which is probably why nothing has happened to it. And with density bonus, it would probably go up.
Deputy Mayor Joyce said it's 30 dwelling units per acre for medium density, 40 dwelling units per acre for high density. I didn't hear.
So 41 to 31, would it go down to 31 if we were doing the change?
Do you have a bunch more of these?
No, this is the only parcel. You want me to package all of it together?
I think
the next
that
one's
I'm
pretty
hearing
different.
that, why don't you do your whole requests, and then they'll be taken one at a time.
We're going to track it?
So
Okay.
what I'd like to do is entertain a motion to adopt the resolutions, and then, and have a second on it, and then do amendments?
Madam
one
Mayor,
at a
I would be
time?
happy to second that as long as I get a chance to do, I only have 5 amendments, okay, total, so I'll just lay it all out there.
So I'm going to move that we adopt the resolutions, which is staff's recommendation. Is there a second? Okay, there is now a motion and a second, and now we are entertaining amendments. And the
Okay.
first one has to do with changing the density on a parcel. What shall we call that? Is there an address?
It's a parcel number, the parcel between Carolyn Circle and,
On Mission Avenue, near Carolyn Circle, something like that. Okay.
And may I interject briefly?
Yes.
Just to make sure that when the amendment comes back, that we're clear. The proposal in this site is identified in the Smart and Sustainable Corridor Specific Plan to be upzoned as part of the general plan designation from its current estate residential B to, I think what we defined as, whatever it was specified as, high density, right?
currently, yes.
That's what the current proposal is.
Yes.
The motion would be to reduce that to the medium density residential in the Smart and Sustainable Corridors program and the general plan. So we're not changing the zoning yet, we're changing the general plan designation for the property. The zoning ordinance updates will come back in the future, and that would be incorporated in that.
Yes.
Okay.
Change the designation.
And just one last point to the city manager's point was, to the extent the site is identified in our housing sites inventory to be upzoned, we want to make sure that there's consistency there.
Yes, that's the motion.
Okay, I think there was a request that you say all of them,
Oh,
and then we'll
I
go
thought we were
back
making a
to
motion and then
voting.
going, but,
Is that what I heard, that you want to hear? He said he has a total of 5, so there's 4 more?
they're pretty
Why
different.
don't we hear each one, and then they might be able to be bundled? Number 2.
Okay. The second would be that the current designation for inclusionary affordable housing within the corridor be raised to 19% from the current 15%. And the nexus for this, we actually voted on this in August of 2023 when we were looking at in lieu fees. We did say that the corridors, we'd like to move them up to 20%. The real reason is this will incentivize the building of, according to planning staff, approximately 8,300 units, 8,300 houses, homes, and these are going to be more dense units, so these developments are able to take on more affordability. Besides that, this is also providing an opportunity for developers to take the path of least resistance, which provides certainty and reduce other costs associated with building, especially going through CEQA and all the other things. So there's all these ways that they're going to be saving money. This is kind of our ask. If you're doing all these things to make it easier for them to build in this corridor, let's make sure that there are more homes for the people that live here. And the people that live here generally are much more than 20% living under that 80% threshold of poverty. So just a heads up, we put out would you support this? And in about 6 days, 200 people signed on to it with no publicity, essentially. It is widely supported. It really matches, again, the affordability that our community needs and the building of homes that our community needs. So it would be raising it to 19%, and it could produce an upwards of 800 more, that's additional affordable homes.
Your next one?
That's number 2. I would just say, well, I had other just general comments. I really appreciate it. I think we should expedite the work around wildlife corridors and how we're going to pay for those protections. I think that's fully involved with the corridor plan of building in these specific areas and allowing more places for wildlife to get through. So the third amendment I would ask for is to specifically clarify in the language tonight that density bonus projects are not eligible for streamlining. I know we kind of talked about it in a couple different ways. This is moving down to the GHG adoption. So this would say if you're building a density bonus project, you don't get the incentive pathway of getting out of the GHG. You have to do a new GHG. And then the fourth one would be, we patiently waited as a community who supports climate action and sustainability, and we were really excited to see Justin do his work. Tonight was a big night for the whole program itself, and I'd like anyone in the audience to raise your hand if you would volunteer for a sustainability commission. Okay, we already have a quorum. So I'd like to add an action onto the plan that we established the Sustainability Commission to support Justin and the team's work on the climate action plan. I think I feel smarter every time I hear so many people in this room talk about this because they study this and know this frontward and backward, and they're the true asset to keeping this work moving forward. So that would be number 4.
And number 5?
That was 5.
No, that was 4.
That was 4. I'm going to stop at 4.
Okay, there we go. All right. So now there was a request to know all of them. So I understand that there is a motion. The first motion has to do with changing the designation of the Mission Ave Carolyn Circle property that is currently residential B to medium density, and it would have to be consistent with the housing element.
Whatever you said. Right, that's correct. The proposal under the Smart and Sustainable Corridors Program was to go to high density, which was defined, I believe, at 41 dwelling units per acre. The proposal is to reduce that change to medium density, which is 30 units per acre, which does still constitute an increase in the site capacity. The legal question that we continue to have was whether, because that site is in our housing element inventory, what the proposed intensification was in the site's inventory, and thus whether we would need to make particularized findings under no net loss to support that action.
And if we can get staff's recommendation on that. And there's a motion, and then there would be a second. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, so staff's recommendation on that, if you have any.
To add a little context, part of the proposal was take the limited scope action now, and if it's not supportable and we need to come back and further, we could adjust. So if it wanted to be a limited scope action with the understanding that staff would continue to look at it, and if we needed to come back and either go the next step to the higher density or make alternative findings with sufficient information, that would be maybe the limitation.
Are you suggesting that we don't take action now and take action at another different time?
I think that the point that was made about you can't go backwards was valid. So if you're going to take the incremental step tonight, and then staff would bring back a further change or revision if, based on the additional information that we do not have before us, we feel it would be recommended to go the full.
Okay, and I'm assuming that's staff's recommendation as well.
Yeah, I would concur with that.
Okay, so could you please, I guess it would be restating the motion, right? To be consistent with legal
Okay.
requirement.
The motion is to designate the specified property between Carolyn Circle and, I think it's Butler Street on Mission Avenue, to be medium density in the general plan and the corresponding smart sustainable corridor.
That's right, okay. And there is a second. And Councilmember Robinson, did you want to speak on this item? No, okay, I didn't think so. Not on this one, right? Okay, let's go ahead and vote on this amendment. All right? And you're clear on what the motion is?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Please vote on this amendment. Just the amendment.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Okay. The next one has to do with the raising the inclusionary from 15% to 19%. And this is properly before us, Mr. Burke?
Oh, that was the clarification I was going to seek. The inclusionary housing ordinance is an ordinance that's been adopted. As the proposal would need to be tied to a specific policy or element within the general plan to provide future direction to bring back. And so I
Is this
would like a
properly
little
before us?
clarification. I would have concerns about making changes that are required to the inclusionary.
So-
It's the one thing to seek direction to bring us back. I think it would be another thing to establish a GSR policy.
So the amendment would be to give direction to staff to bring this back? No?
So I may have misheard or misunderstood the motion. Is there a specific policy within the general plan that we're amending? Maybe I misheard or under.
It's the smart sustainable corridor plan. So to participate within that program scheme, you would need to hit 19% affordability.
Change the inclusionary from 15% to 19%.
To
Within the
access the
smart and sustainable
streamlined,
corridor.
yeah.
Is that properly before the council?
It won't actually be changing the inclusionary for the whole area. It's just to
Right, I get
participate
it.
in that.
I think it's smart and sustainable. Is that properly before us?
My recommendation would be that would need to be a separate action, that is not
So that would be
encompassed within the
direction,
agenda. It's a new item. The inclusionary housing is implemented through an ordinance. We'd have to amend or adopt an ordinance.
okay, so it's not properly before us.
That would be my recommendation, is that
Okay.
it would be a separate future action.
All right, and so we would not be able to entertain that tonight, but I would like, I see Ms. Hines, Leilani Hines here today. Could you please address the 15%, which, by the way, was recently enacted by the council, so recently that we have not had one application yet at 15%. And as to the coastal zone, that hasn't actually, is not effective for another, 2 or 3 weeks? 2 weeks, I guess?
That's correct. It becomes effective in July. So in regards to raising the inclusionary housing requirement, I think this was addressed back in 2023. We talked about 15%, we talked about 20%, and the discussion then, as it continues today, is that anytime under state law, anytime you go above for a rental inclusionary housing ordinance above 15%, HCD has the prerogative to require or for you as a jurisdiction to submit an economic analysis to determine whether or not that percentage increase presents an undue burden to the construction or the provision of all housing, not just affordable housing, but does it serve as a barrier? State HCD has always taken the stance that inclusionary housing is a burden and it is a constraint that we look at when we review our housing element. We've done that for every housing element cycle. And so while it gives them the authority to ask that and request it, does not mean we necessarily need to do the analysis, but it is a best practice to do that analysis first before raising your inclusionary housing ordinance, because then the state, if they choose to, will request it and you have to do it within 180 days. That's a very difficult study to complete in 180 days. Once we start considering that, I would strongly recommend that we do an economic analysis before deciding whether it's 19%, 20%, 17%, or even higher.
Above 15%.
Yes.
Right. And are any cities above? I mean, aren't most cities at 15%?
Most
recently?
cities do stay around the 15% mark. There are jurisdictions.
In San Diego County.
In San Diego County. Del Mar is at 20%. The future urbanizing area in the city of San Diego is at 20%. There are jurisdictions outside of the San Diego region that are at 20%, but for the most part, people kind of stay around the 15%, so as not to trigger that HCD submission requirement.
Right, and as to those other, there's only two, right? In City of San Diego, those are the future urbanizing areas.
Future urbanizing area.
Which won't come into.
For the city of San Diego.
Yeah, right. I understood that people thought that other cities have already gone beyond 15%, which is actually not true. I just want to make sure that, no, it's just Del Mar and hasn't done anything at 20%, and also the future planning urbanization areas. No. Okay, so Councilmember Joyce, or Deputy Mayor Joyce.
Yeah. So again, just to take it back to City Attorney.
Just as to your motion so that we can see if there's a second and then move forward.
So again, don't want to change the inclusionary rate of the city or anything like that. To participate in this optional program to get by right development, can we not require that they have a higher rate of affordable housing included in their project?
We may be able to do that, but that would not be the action tonight. We would have to bring that back as a separate action. The only thing that's referenced in the Smart and Sustainable Corridors program for inclusionary says that inclusionary will be handled through the city's inclusionary housing ordinance. Right, so this is a new concept that's kind of being added on here. We'd like the opportunity to legally evaluate how that would be implemented. So if that were the direction to include that in the Smart and Sustainable Corridors program, my recommendation would be to bring that back as a either continued item or as a separately agendized item.
All right, motion to provide direction to staff to bring it back as soon as possible.
Is there a second?
I would second. I would second.
If you wish to speak on this item, this amendment, this is, actually it's not an amendment, this is direction to staff.
Yeah, just for staff to bring it back, yes. When we look at our report, and if you look at within 406 and pages, 428, when the median household of an Oceanside resident less than 100,000. So the median household income for the average for a resident in Oceanside is less than 100,000, but the areas where that falls much lower is within our smart and sustainable corridor areas, Oceanside Boulevard, Vista Way, and Mission Avenue. When you look at areas that have the highest rent burden households, it's within our cost burden renters, it's located within the smart and sustainable corridors. Right now, on page 448, the average two-bedroom within the zip codes where the smart and sustainable corridors are being proposed along Mission Avenue, Oceanside Boulevard, 92054, 92057. And a two-bedroom apartment is going for, it ranges between 2,600 and 2,800 when you look at 92056, which is Vista Way. Once you get to a three-bedroom, it's 3,500 to 3,800. Again, this ends up being half of someone's income or more. So just thinking about the smart, again, just talking about the smart and sustainable corridors, any way that we can increase the inclusionary rate for those developments coming in and we can provide more affordable housing for our working families, I would like for staff to look to see, at least bring back what that would look like to do the report and what that would look like for the city of Oceanside to increase the inclusionary rate within the smart and sustainable corridors.
Thank you. There is no question that we need a more affordable housing. I don't see that it would be happening this way. I really think that the way we do it is through doing 100% affordable. And there is going to be a bond on the ballot for that purpose. But I think that doing it this way, 0 of 20% is still 0, is what I keep hearing. It is just not something that is being done right now in San Diego County. The cities that would be the most progressive cities are not doing it, not getting anything built at 20%, or excuse me, 19%, and almost all cities are at 15%. We have not had a project yet because all the current projects filed a 330, and so at the time that they file it, everything basically freezes in terms of the requirements at that point. So we still haven't had that. I most definitely would like to see what that looks like as we move forward, because we have just, as I said, recently gone from 10% to 15%. So I'm going to be voting no, and Deputy Mayor, very, very briefly, so that we can have a vote on this. And
Yeah, just
continue on
as
your
the
other
maker of
list.
the motion, thank you. Does the staff know what the percentage of inclusionary rate was on the Garrison Homes project? Because I believe that one was at 15%.
So
They did pay in lieu for part of it, but.
We have seen projects coming forward that have, in the entitlement process, where they are starting to meet the 15% requirement.
And that's mostly because we had to wait for the Coastal Commission to do, and all the ones in the downtown, right? We're still at 10. Have we had other projects at 15%, planner?
Deputy Mayor Joyce, Dane Thompson, Senior Planner. I was the project manager for the Garrison Homes project.
Great project.
That had a 15% inclusionary requirement. They actually did 10% on site and then a prorated rate for the other 5%. I'm not aware of any other projects that did 15%.
Okay, we haven't received any other.
Just for correction, because I do want to pay deference to Deputy Mayor Joyce, the city of Encinitas does have, it's either a 15% very low or 10% very low and 20% or 20% at low. So they are the other jurisdiction that does have a 20% requirement.
Okay, and just also to clarify my motion, it is to do 20% in the smart sustainable corridors. The 19% was if we were trying to stay under 20% for whatever the thing is. So the motion is to have staff bring back the 20% for the smart sustainable corridors.
We've got the motion, and
Thank
we do
you.
have a second. Let's vote.
Motion fails, 2-3. Sanchez, Robinson, Weiss, no.
Okay, next one is clarifying the density bonus is not eligible for streamline, right?
Yes.
So state your motion, let's see if we have a second.
So I'd just like to make sure that this runs straight with staff. This would be the streamlining checklist under the GHG. We're good with that? Okay. Do you want to give me the right language so I'm making sure
So
I'm
just
saying
to
it
be
correctly?
clear that we understand what the motion is. So this would be at the beginning step of the checklist, when a project is being examined for eligibility, that it would need to be general plan consistent, zoning consistent, unless a demonstration is made that the emissions of the project would be equivalent to or less than the underlying land use, and specifically excluding density bonus projects from using the checklist for streamlining.
Correct.
Is there a second? Okay, and staff's recommendation on that?
The checklist, as we explained in the presentation, it's an administrative tool to determine consistency with the climate action plan. So I think the city manager references to is that we can, make administrative changes to it, including that with which council provides direction on, but also as we understand, what is working best in the checklist, provided that it's within the realm of, what is legally permissible. I will also like to defer to our consultant here if this topic has ever been brought up in another checklist. So Ascent Environmental is here. Andrew or Poonam, would you like to reference if this has been ever mentioned in the checklist? Okay. We have not had to do that. Okay. Yeah, so to our knowledge and experience in the remainder of the state, I don't think that other cities with adopted, well, I wouldn't say adopted, but are using consistency checklists have excluded certain density bonus projects, to our knowledge.
Mr. Burke, did you want to say anything?
Just as I noted previously, there are some limitations in state law that relate to whether the provision of a density bonus under state law makes a project general plan inconsistent. So but I understand the distinction that you're drawing, which is in order to obtain the streamlining, then they no longer get the GHG benefit. So we understand, our caution would be to look at the legal issue a little bit, so provide the direction, we can amend the checklist rather than, specifically deny it, but again.
And the checklist is not before us, basically, right?
The checklist is part of the package.
So I want to make sure that this is done prior to somebody getting into the process. That's good. That's my problem with time, time leniency, is that we do have developers waiting to trigger this process. And so what I would like to do is be very clear about how we start this process. So I understand that calling them non-compliant with the general plan is a problematic language. So I'm suggesting whatever language we need to do that doesn't bring up that problem, but also makes clear that use of density bonus is not in line with the streamlining process.
All right, Councilmember Weiss?
I'm just a little confused because we're talking about providing more affordable housing, and now we're putting roadblocks in for density bonus projects for streamlining. So to me, if a density bonus project complies with the checklist, they should be streamlined. So I won't be supporting the motion.
Okay. And Mr. Borrego, are there any comments that you wish to make?
No, I could definitely see both sides of the issue here, but I would also caution that, we, as an agency, have sponsored 100% affordable projects, and what we're suggesting here is that those projects would not be available for GHG streamlining, even though it's a project that we're sponsoring. And like Coast Villas, but that one was not discretionary, so that's probably not a good example. But if there were a discretionary project that we were supportive of, then we would be putting through that additional process.
Right. Okay. I don't think I have enough information to be able to vote yes on this. So, but certainly, I'm sure we can, continue to have staff look at it. So, but I'm not ready to give direction to staff at this point. But let's go ahead and vote. So we do have a motion and a second.
Motion fails, 2-3. Sanchez, Robinson, Weiss, no.
Okay, last one is the creation of a sustainability commission.
Yeah, I think it speaks for itself.
Okay, and there's a second? Councilmember Figueroa?
Yeah, I think for me, I can't vote on this yet until I know what the capacity is for staff.
Right.
Yeah,
And
would
I
like
have
to
some
see-
concerns about that too, because we are working on a senior commission. So there is a motion, is there a second? All right, that fails for lack of a second. Okay, now, Councilmember Robinson, thank you for being so patient.
Oh, no, it's fine, thank you. Well, I forgot where I was going to go. I just want to make sure, because we talked about it in our meeting, so, and I think you said it and I may have missed it, the policies that will come back to us, like electrification and all that, that's, passing this does not set us up for we're saying, mandatory electrification of projects, those kind of policy changes, am I correct?
That is correct. So the ordinance that is proposed in the CAP, and again, it's not even truly an ordinance because we don't have ordinance language, it's essentially a commitment to bring back before this body amendments to the local building code that would satisfy retrofits of existing development to electrify the existing building stock.
And, excuse me if I missed it, but did we discuss the wildlife protection corridor? Did that get discussed already?
We did, Councilman Robinson. Do you need follow-up or what?
No, that's okay. Just wanted to make sure that that question was answered, and I was probably looking up something else at the time. Yeah, I'll make it short. I had a really good meeting with 3 of our speakers tonight on a Zoom the other day, and we were very open with each other, and I expressed the things that I don't agree with, but I think they did bring some good ideas, and I won't reiterate them here, but I think there are things that we will eventually get to and talk about as we go through the final process of all this. So thank you for your time. I want to thank staff for the time and the briefings, and there's a lot here to learn and catch up on, so I really want to thank you for that. And I just want to, Ms. Martinez brought up one of my it makes me crazy, the non-functional turf issue, and I think you're spot on that, and it's just, it doesn't, the state forces us to do one thing, and then we're trying to do another, and thank you for mentioning that. I think it's just nuts, but it's not a part of anything we're doing tonight, so appreciate it, and I guess we have a second, right?
We do have a second, and I do want to make an amendment if it's not included, and I don't think it was, and that is 2 of the 3 items that were included in the Chatton Brown letter that were referred to by Ms. Nygaard had to do with the infamous checklist, and that was for, let's see.
If I may, Madam Mayor, I think I can help clarify. There was 3 items referenced. Number 1 was direct staff, again, this is directly from the letter, direct staff to conduct the analysis to incorporate residential electrification via requirements or incentives into the checklist, and then add necessary clarification on allowable use of the checklist. And this was in regards to the very first step of eligibility, which was related to open space and agriculture.
Yes.
And then I believe density bonus was also part of that, which we just recently discussed.
Right, so I wanted to add, I think the other one had to do with funding, and they admitted that we're still working on the study, and therefore we're not prepared to add that at this time because we don't know how much it's going to cost. So the other 2.
The request, if I may, the request for plans for sufficient funding for cap implementation, that was not in relationship to the checklist. That was more of, I think, a general item to ensure that we plan for proper financial requirements.
Right, but as to the other 2, those, I understand staff was not opposed to adding them. Is that correct, Mr. Borrego?
Yeah, just to clarify what I said earlier. So, I mean, staff is not opposed to working on the checklist in order to incentivize electrification, but we would stop short of recommending that we mandate it, and we would
Right, 'cause we
also,
can't.
we would also stop short of automatically disqualifying a project from the GHG streamlining process just because it's not 100% electrical. And the reason for that is there could be other attributes of the project that outweigh the fact that it may
Right.
not be 100% electric. So as long as that's the direction, we're okay with that. And then the second one, which was one that we don't have an issue with, is if a project is not consistent with the general plan and/or zoning in either an open space or an ag zone piece of property, that they are automatically required to do further GHG analysis. And I think we would support that. That's not fine.
Okay, so-
That's not an issue.
So that's the amendment that I have. Is there a second? Second. Okay, there's a motion and second. Please vote.
Can you restate? Is it 2 amendments? What are we amending?
It's the 2 items that were on the letter that was from,
They're both direction to staff?
from Calavera. Yeah.
Item 1 would be direction to staff. So it was direction to staff regarding looking at incentivizing, as the city manager said, through the checklist, incentivizing all electric, not
Not
exempting projects that are not all electric, but looking at ways to incentivize.
Can I ask a clarifying question on that?
And then number 2,
If you're coming up with an incentive program, are we going to get the details of that before it goes into action? I'm just like, it could be
that's direction to
lots of
staff.
different
Yes,
things.
staff would be coming back with that,
Okay, they'll bring it back.
right?
Yeah, the checklist can be administratively
Yeah,
implemented
that's
as has been
administrative.
identified.
So how are they going to do an incentive with the checklist, I guess? Is it like you get 50% off your fees? I'm just trying to figure out how that works.
I don't know if you have any thoughts on that, Justin, but
To be honest, I think we would need time for staff to revisit it and see if it's been done in other jurisdictions, to get
Right.
creative. There could be ways to establish a cutoff, based on the size of the project. If it's a certain, number of units or density. Again, I think I mentioned earlier, it could be incentive mechanisms outside of the checklist itself. If we want to explore that. But if it's the motion to include it specifically in the checklist, I think we would need to go back to the drawing board and
Right. No, this
find
is
some
direction to
alternatives
staff.
and bring it back for consideration.
Because the checklist itself is administratively done, right?
that's the way it was intended to function.
Okay.
Okay,
So there is a motion and a second.
Hold on, so that's going to come back to staff? Come back to us if
That's
there's an
direction to
incentive
staff,
program?
yes.
Okay.
Yes. There's a motion and a second, please
He has a
vote.
question, I don't know. if we're-
It may or may not, right? So if there are action items that require council level authority and approval, then it will come back. If there are things that can be administratively implemented consistent with what the council's direction is through the checklist, then it may not come back to the full body.
I believe, Mr. Borrego, you're going to be
Right,
working with
well,
the group.
Yes, and to Deputy Mayor's point, I mean, if we're talking about a fee reduction program, obviously, that would need to come back to council for
Yeah.
further consideration. But if it were something that stopped short of something that required council action, then our intent would not to be and would be to work collaboratively with the folks that spoke this evening.
Are we taking these 2 actions in one motion?
Yes.
The second action is if it's open space under the current zoning or if it's currently used as open space?
Zoned in general plan. In other words, if a project is zoned.
Loophole that
yes.
they're hoping to close. I'm good. All right, there's a motion and a second. Please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Thank you. And now we go to the main motion, right?
That was the.
No, that was the amendment.
That was the amendment.
So now we have the main motion. Anyone else wishing to address it? No? Okay, there's a motion and a second for the main motion. That was, there were 2 items that were added, 2 amendments. And that was the parcel, right? That's number 1. And the other one has to do with the requests from Ranch, what
Preserve
is it,
California.
Calavera? He's got it. Okay. There's a motion and a second. Please vote on this very historic document and process. That took 6 years to get here.
Deputy Mayor? Motion approved, 5-0.
Okay.
Can I request a real brief recess?
All right.
Madam Mayor, can we?
Thank you
Can we
very
have a really
much.
brief recess, just 3 minutes? Just
What was
really.
that?
Can I request a really
Okay,
brief
there's a
recess?
request for a break, 3 minutes. All right. Thank you. Thank you. We're now on general items. Next item is item number 2. Staff recommends City Council adopt a resolution submitting a proposed temporary 1/2 cent general transaction and use sales tax increase measure to the voters at the November 3rd, 2026 general municipal election, and introduce an ordinance adding Chapter 34, Article 2, Division 3, Section 34.7.1 through 34.7.17 to the Oceanside City Code to establish a temporary 1/2 cent general transactions and use sales tax to be administered by the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration, including provisions for citizens' oversight and accountability. I'm going to go ahead and open this public, sorry, this is general item, sorry. I got on a roll. So we're going to get a presentation by Michael Gossman, our Assistant City Manager. Mr. Gossman.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. As you said, Michael Gossman, Assistant City Manager. Staff is recommending placing a 1/2 cent sales tax on the ballot for November 3rd, 2026. The proposed tax would sunset after 10 years, would be accounted for separately, independently audited annually, and overseen by a Citizens Oversight Committee. Staff would develop a spending plan that focuses on critical infrastructure projects. At the March 2026 Capital Improvement Program workshop, staff highlighted the fact that the city has hundreds of millions of dollars of unfunded capital projects, many of which are critical. There is not a funding source for many of these projects, and as I said, some of them are absolutely critical. Highlighting the top priority infrastructure projects sampling here is 1, Fire Station 8. Currently, Fire Station 8 is in the southeast part of our city. It's housed in a leased semi-industrial area, not a purpose-built fire station. We own land and we have designs for a fire station, but we lack the funding to build it. We all know that Oceanside has a sand problem. The beach is an economic engine for our community, super important to all of us. And as much sand as we put on without some type of infrastructure, it will just continue to wash out to sea. We have a solution at our grasp through the Re-Beach project. But we do not have the funding to build that. Thirdly, and very importantly, the Pier Bridge. The Pier Bridge is 100 years old. She's served us well for 100 years. She's done her job. Now we need to replace her. Without the Pier Bridge, you don't have a pier. The paving program expansion. So we've done a good job with the monies that we have in stabilizing the PCI, or the pavement condition index, within the city. But to take the roads to the next level, to make them the best roads in the county, we need to increase that budget by $5 to $8 million per year. And lastly, the OPD headquarters is housed in a former grocery store and Miller's Outpost. It was put there 25 years ago as a temporary place until a new headquarters was built, and they're still there. It does not meet the needs of a modern police department, and it doesn't fit our current police department. This measure would not be the sole source of funding for these projects. They would be funded by a mix of sales tax revenue, funds already set aside. For example, we have over $20 million set aside for the Pier Bridge, infrastructure reserves, as well as federal, state, and grant funding. For example, through the efforts of Congressman Levin, we received $2 million for the Pier Bridge from Congress. But to be clear, the city does not have enough funds to cover the cost for these projects. According to the California Department of General Services, construction costs have gone up 50% since April 2019, and the revenues have frankly not kept pace. This has made it nearly impossible to say any of these projects are fully funded. This also reduces the number of miles we can pave with the amount of money we have available. Every year we delay the implementation of these projects, the more costs will rise. Another factor that depletes our existing and future funding for CIP is our obligations to the San Luis Rey River Flood Control Project. As many of you know, the Army Corps of Engineers is currently assessing every mile of that system from College Avenue to the coast. They are determining the necessary repairs to bring the levees into compliance, and the cost of those repairs will easily exceed $200 million. The city is required to pay 25% of that. Despite the fact that we have dutifully put aside $30 million in anticipation of these costs, we will not have enough to cover our full obligation, and this will impact our existing and future CIP budgets. In the purple area on the map you see on the screen, which constitutes the areas protected by the levee system, there are 4,300 properties, including 9 mobile home parks made up of 1,200 units. While this new potential source of funding is not contemplated for this project at this time, it demonstrates the added strains put on our CIP budget. An additional half-cent sales tax would produce approximately $20 million per year in revenue. So how do you take $20 million per year and pay for a $30 to $100 million project? Similarly to how you would buy a house, you go to the financial markets and ask them for the cash today with a promise to pay on offering assets as security. That's called bonding. Fortunately, the city's financial track record has earned a top-tier credit rating, which yields extremely low interest rates, which beat inflation. Roughly about 3% is what we would get in today's market. This has the side benefit of guaranteeing these monies would be spent on capital projects, as state constitution restricts the expenditure of bond proceeds from being spent on operational, non-capital projects and programs. Citizens oversight. Staff proposes an expanded Citizens Oversight Committee, monies to be tracked separately within the general fund, and an annual audit separately and independently. The Citizens Oversight Committee would review the spending plan proposed by council and staff and determine whether the proposed plan does what we said this money would do when it went to the voters. So the COC would look at the ballot measure itself, but they'd also look at the legislative record. That's something we're building today. I know there's concerns that while we might be on the same page today, that some future council might want to spend the funds on something other than critical infrastructure, but that is why we create a Citizens Oversight Committee. This model of having a Citizens Oversight Committee is not required, but as you know, it's been something that's been very effective with Measure X. Regarding community feedback, we conducted 2 surveys, one in September of 2025 and one in May of 2026. Some of the outtakes of that survey is that voters rate the quality of life in Oceanside as good or excellent, 75%. Latest poll showed 54 to 58% of voters would support a half-cent sales tax that would go toward the projects they care most about. They identified streets and potholes, repairing aging infrastructure, including the pier bridge, restoring sand to our beaches, and improving public safety. Staff has also met with over a dozen community groups in recent months to learn about priorities, communicate the city's critical infrastructure needs, tout the successes of Measure X, and explain that a sales tax could be proposed in November. The city also sent mailers to over 40,000 households asking for feedback and priorities. The city received thousands of responses back with constructive ideas on what the city should prioritize. We've also been working with the San Diego Taxpayers Association to seek their endorsement should you elect to place this measure on the ballot. They are actually voting on that very issue tomorrow. So when I'm in the community and I'm talking about Measure X or any sales tax, you might be surprised at how many people don't know about these exemptions. In particular, groceries, prescriptions, certain medical devices, and others, what the state calls necessity of life, are all exempt from sales tax. Additionally, 63% of sales tax in Oceanside is paid by non-residents and tourists, not residents. You can't talk about a new sales tax initiative without talking about Measure X. Measure X has been very effective at improving the quality of life in Oceanside. It was renewed in November 2024 by an overwhelming number of voters, 70%. In looking at where the spending has gone in the last 7 years, you will see that it continues to go right to the places where the city said it would go in 2018. We would not even be discussing this new tax if it weren't for how popular, effective, and well-managed the existing Measure X is. Comparing ourselves to our other cities in the county, you'll see that there are 8 other cities that are currently at 8.75%, 1 city at 8.5%, and then 3 cities, El Cajon, Vista, and Oceanside, all at 8.25%. The state average is about 9%, technically 8.99%. So what would the next steps be? The city clerk would submit language and requisite paperwork to the county registrar of voters. The registrar of voters would place the measure on the November 3rd, 2026 ballot, and Oceanside voters would decide. Beyond that, if it should pass, staff would bring back resolutions to expand the Citizens Oversight Committee to cover the sales tax. Staff would propose a spending plan, and then staff would work with finance and our consultants to issue lease revenue bonds in order to bring the revenue in necessary to go to work right away. In summary, tonight's vote is not to implement a new tax. It is simply to place it on the ballot for the voters of Oceanside to decide whether they want a new revenue source for critical infrastructure projects. The purpose of this tax would be to address critical infrastructure needs. The pier bridge will need to be replaced. Fire Station 8 is in a semi-industrial lease space that was never meant for a fire station. For reasons outside the city's control, we will never be able to keep sand on the beach without investment in new infrastructure. The rising cost of building supplies and petroleum products have limited the number of roads we can repair with available monies. The people of Oceanside deserve a police headquarters that isn't in a former grocery store and that no longer meets the needs or size of the police department. The lack of money to pay for these things is not a matter of mismanagement or wasteful spending, but the fact that the cost of construction has outpaced the revenues brought into the city. A half-cent sales tax increase would bring Oceanside's sales tax to 8.75, the same as 8 other cities in San Diego County and below the state average. While a sales tax affects everyone, it's important to note that things such as groceries, medicine, diapers are exempt from sales tax. Just as there is a full, transparent accounting of Measure X performed every year, and just as its own oversight committee, this new tax would have the same transparency and oversight. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. How many people have signed up to speak?
We have 16 people registered to speak on this item.
All right, let's go ahead and get started.
Okay.
Earl Callender, followed by Marianne Ellen Reese, followed by Jason Malik.
Earl Callender, I'm a resident of District 3 in Oceanside. I'm also a native son of this city. I'm here to speak not so much to the city council tonight as I am to Oceanside residents here now, watching on the local TV, and maybe using the Nextdoor app. The council and staff are proposing yet another sales tax increase from 8.25 to 8.75. Why is it? The usual reasons: inflation, costs, budget balancing, pet projects, keeping up with the Joneses in other county governments, and capital improvements. My favorite, for garnering support, public safety issue. I'm not opposed to public safety development. I just don't like the way it's used. They'll call it temporary taxing, but when and where have we actually seen a temporary tax go away? It would be a rare occurrence. This slide just reiterates what the assistant city manager said, and I see Oceanside moving from a moderate level to the highest level. I don't agree with that in any way, and I'm sure other residents in this city don't. This approach shows an altogether too familiar approach to raising revenue. I know this is hard to read, and I apologize, I couldn't have time to develop it well, but the most damning evidence I see out of this is the fact that the ballot proposal is not consistent with the numbers that show there. I asked the residents to note 3 things. These numbers come from the city's own financial services department in the annual comprehensive financial reports for 2025. Page 156 for anyone who wants to go look at it. Pretty well hidden back there. In just 10 years, the revenue for property taxes increased 78.8%. Don't try to tell me Prop 13 isn't working. In just 10 years, sales use taxes have increased 114.6%, more than doubled. Total taxes have increased 87.7%. Where does it stop? The stewardship of hundreds of millions of dollars is seriously lacking here. I would ask the council to defeat this ballot measure, but I suspect the request will fall on deaf ears. Therefore, I urge our residents to soundly defeat this measure when it does appear on the ballot box in November. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary Ellen Reese, followed by Jason Malik.
Okay, Madam Mayor and council member, Mary Ellen Reese, I've been living in South O for 42 years. Okay, we passed the extension of the Measure X half-cent just 2 years ago, and we were told that it was going to be used to fix our roads. I think that was the big selling point, because we all really want the chewed-up, awful roads fixed. But now it's on there again for another half-cent. But as they showed, it's like a pittance for that. Plus, that with the additional half-cent sales tax the county is asking for, our tax rate is going to be like maxed out. The same rate, you know, cities like Del Mar and Solana Beach pay, but Oceanside has a much lower average income than those places. Sales taxes are very regressive. They hurt the poor, but are a minor inconvenience for the wealthy. Please vote no on this sales tax increase. Obviously, the vast majority is going to the police and fire. I have a win-win. To the police and fire unions, invest your pension funds and that PAC money the developers give you in building a new fire station and police headquarters. Then lease them to the city. It's a win-win. I mean, the sales leaseback strategy is used a lot to unload debt. Your pension funds will make money, and Oceanside residents might be able to finally fix our roads, get sand on our beaches, and fix our pier. That $130 million is the biggest part of this sales tax index. I think we can do it another way. Thank you.
Thank you. Jason Malik, followed by Jimmy Knott, followed by Roger Davenport.
Thank you, Mayor, council members, administrators, and staff. Nice to see you. Nice to be here. My name is Jason Malik. I'm an Oceanside stakeholder. Just for the record, I oppose the imposition of any additional taxes in the city of Oceanside. I am of the belief that we are a strong, resilient, and resourceful community with residents and administrators capable of actually doing more with less. Not more with more, and hopefully, or definitely not less with more. I think maybe by being more stringent with city spending and adhering to initial contract expenditure amounts, we don't necessarily have to be as reliant on federal and state subsidy handouts. Also, I do believe that some sleep is lost on that side of the table, trying to figure out some of the city's budgetary needs and shortcomings. But as I previously mentioned, and presented, I think one of the biggest sources of loss and unstated tax on our community is the revetment seawall that sits below the mean high water line. And I think something can be done about that. That's probably more legal and administrative, and I think that would bring a lot of resources back to the community without having to spend money on infrastructure and hard structures. The slideshow that I've got going on in the background kind of shows some of the sand in South Oceanside that migrated after the recent harbor dredge in the beginning of May, and you can see that we got a lot of sand near Forster Street and Marin Streets in South Oceanside, right basically in the beginning of May, and it peaked about May 19th or 20th. But then that sand quickly eroded, and it's all because the seawall is too far seaward. So all of this big beach expenditure and the Army Corps of Engineers money that's potentially going to come in and put a bunch of sand on the beaches is going to erode in an accelerated fashion because of that seawall. If you could just remediate the seawall from being so far forward in the places where it's been moved by private property owners, I think you could bring a beach back to Oceanside. You'd encourage more access and beach going in the city south of the pier, and then you'd also encourage development in those areas as well. So you'd probably generate a lot of revenue and income that way. So I think the seawall should be considered, and I don't think this tax is something that should be imposed on the public just to try to prevent some budgetary shortfalls and frankly some irresponsible spending and policies that have been going on over the years in the city. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jimmy Knott, followed by Roger Davenport.
Mayor, council members, Jimmy Knott, 127 Sherry Lane. Over the past few weeks, ever since the flyer or the public, shall I say, the city manager's inquiry went out to all the citizens here, I have asked a number of people what their opinion of it was. And there was a lack of support. And all of a sudden they said there seems to be a purposeful neglect, the potholes not being filled as rapidly, things like that. And I asked people, well, what is it? And they said there seems to be some improper, allocations from Prop X, unequitable, distribution. When you look at what's going on with the police department itself, everything has to be top grade. It's almost, I was told by one person, it seems like everything has to be the top gold belted, plated, everything, bells and whistles, everything has to be up there. Why don't we have neighborhood-based system where we have substations and where you not, have fancy headquarters, where we have neighborhood-based systems? And I said, that's up to the city manager and the city council. They haven't come up with that. And I said, and they said, well, what about the fire stations? Why does everything have to cost so much? Says, why can't we take and look at things differently? And you look at all these situations, also with a number of police officers that are being hired. Why can't we use electronic assistance systems? Like, they were talking about audio systems to locate where shots are being made, like other cities do. And I said, well, it's again up to city council, up to your leaders. And they said, why aren't they listening? And I said, well, get on the phone, call them, ask them. And they said, can you please help us? And I said, well, when the time comes, I will. I'm asking you, please listen.
Thank you. Roger Davenport, followed by Patty Kay.
Roger Davenport, still on Crouch Street. Yeah, I don't know if you read the newspaper this weekend, but they had this neat article about how the city is likely to get $17.5 million in tax revenue next year because our TOT tax is no longer being given to the...
Mr. Davenport, actually, that was, there was a correction on there. We're not getting 17 or 13.
Okay.
It's more closer to 1 next year.
Well, we've been giving them 13.7 million, and they're no longer going to be getting that. Anyway, it just didn't have a good look to it to me, to have that on the weekend and then see this on the agenda on a special meeting rather than a regular city council meeting. I mean, as someone pointed out, we voted not too long ago to renew Measure X. Why wasn't it done then? We knew that the pier needed a bridge then, but now it looks like we're basically being asked to just double Measure X. And that doesn't seem right to me. That's all.
Thank you. Patty Kay, followed by Bob, followed by Chris Wilson.
Good evening. I was surprised to see this flyer in the mail. I said, wait a minute, we just continued on with taxes. Could this be? So then when I looked at the reasons for it, it paralleled Measure X. And I'm thinking, well, maybe that's why people don't have any confidence in the government, because Measure X was supposed to provide for public safety. Well, this one is to provide for public safety. Measure X was to repair the streets. Well, this one is to repair the streets and the infrastructure, et cetera. It's quite similar in its goals. But it's very confusing to me when every council meeting, and justifiably so, you talk about the economic level of Oceanside is really low because you want more affordable housing, which is fair. And so you want to give the people of Oceanside and the seniors, et cetera, a break, okay? Then you go and want to raise taxes, and then also you want to promote electrical homes, which I have a place up in Oceana that's all electric, and it's like 3 or 4 times a monthly bill of my gas heated home. So it doesn't seem to balance out your desire. If you're going to help the people, let's be consistent. If you want to give affordable homes, but you don't raise taxes that they can't afford, because you said they're low income anyway, and try not to do all the electrical things seriously. Anyway, I have a HOA, and we have an operating budget and reserves. And when I see what you want to fund as well, and help as well with the beach and the pier bridge and the paving, et cetera, those have been issues since the 60s or the 70s. Is there not a reserve fund for that you planned and for when the need came, that you had that reserve there? Because we are mandated in an HOA to have a reserve fund, and for these events, for paving, for roofs, et cetera, for in other infrastructures with plumbing, et cetera. So I'm puzzled why there hasn't been in your $550 million reserve budget, or close to $600 million now, why there isn't a bucket for some of these items, particularly for the sand. And you have all these plans for the Oceanside Police Department and no funding. I didn't know that. So anyway, you have the TOT coming in due. You have the Ocean Camp, which is projected at 81 million tax revenue over 10 years. So that's significant. So why keep asking for more money? I don't know anybody that really wants to take money out of their pocket for taxes. I don't know what your survey says.
Thank you.
But, okay, pushing it down the line and saying it's for voters is just washing your hands.
Thank you. Thank you. Bob, followed by Chris Wilson, followed by Robert.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Sanchez, council members, city staff, and fellow Oceansiders. I'm Bob Ashton, the CEO of Save Oceanside Sand. Thanks to staff and Michael for a pretty solid staff report and recommendation here. SOS supports the city's efforts to address Oceanside's growing infrastructure needs, including roads, beach restoration, public safety, and coastal infrastructure. These are essential community investments that directly impact public safety, economic vitality, public access, and long-term coastal resilience. We especially appreciate the city recognizing that beach restoration and coastal resilience are critical infrastructure priorities for Oceanside. Our beaches are simply not recreational amenities. They are economic and protective infrastructure that supports safe community access, tourism, local businesses, property values, coastal access, and public safety. Healthy beaches also help generate economic activity and revenue that supports all sorts of services throughout our city. With an estimated 25 million visitor days annually, the beach supports over 2.5 billion in annual spending, sustaining jobs, local businesses, and municipal revenues across Oceanside's tourism, retail, and hospitality sectors. But with a measure like this, we also believe that it needs to include strong and dedicated oversight and accountability on how revenues are tracked and spent. Because this measure is centered on long-term infrastructure and capital investments, we support establishing a citizens oversight committee separate from the Measure X oversight committee, focused specifically on the use for critical infrastructure projects as identified. Clear oversight and transparency help strengthen public trust and ensure accountability for infrastructure spending over the life of this measure. In addition, because coastal restoration and shoreline resilience are expected to be important components of future infrastructure investments, SOS supports including coastal expertise and community representation on the Oversight Committee, including representation from an organization like Save Oceanside Sand. We're not going away. We're going to be here for the long haul to make sure these projects actually happen. Please cast your vote to move this to the November ballot to let the voters decide in November whether they want to do this or not. Thank you for your consideration and your continued leadership on protecting and strengthening Oceanside's future.
Thank you. Chris Wilson, followed by Robert, followed by Diane Nygaard.
Up a little bit. Mayor Sanchez, Council, thank you for seeing me. Good evening. My name is Chris Wilson. I am an Oceanside resident, as well as I'm here to represent Oceanside firefighters. I would strongly ask that you guys put this measure on the ballot and let citizens vote. I am sympathetic to constantly raising taxes. We need this, we need that. Every year, our calls for service increase dramatically. When I first started 13 years ago, we were in the 19,000 calls per year range, and now we're upwards of 26,000. We have one new fire station, which is Alpha Fire Station, and the same amount of people. As more calls for service come out, we are responding with the same amount of people. The more people and the more tourism that come to the city, which is great, also makes more of a problem that we need to be ready to deal with. We don't have facilities, we don't have rigs, engines, ambulances. We're not going to be able to respond in a timely manner, which could, in the end, be the difference in someone's life. So I'm here to encourage you to push this through and let the citizens make their choice. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert, followed by Diane Nygaard, followed by Sandra M.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Robert Wiltfang, and I've been a resident now of Oceanside for 25 years. Enough is enough. You know, people have mentioned before, it's tax after tax after tax. And when the assistant city manager said this is a temporary tax, I almost laughed out loud. Measure X was first introduced as a temporary tax, and then we had it again 10 years later for another tax on top of that, and then another tax on top of this. You know, Measure X was supposed to repair streets. Do the streets look any better? No, they don't. Homeless, is that any better? Certainly not. Public safety, do I feel safer in the city of Oceanside? I don't. The city spent money to send out a mailer to us, a very nice, colorful brochure, where that money could have been used for something else for that. The city doesn't have a revenue problem, it has a spending problem with things. I saw an article in the paper this week. We talk about spending, we talk about salaries. I was flabbergasted when I saw the dollar amounts on this, where we have a city manager who makes more than the governor of the state of California, and the police officers, which I completely support, and the firemen, which I completely support, but the amount of overtime that we're paying for these individuals is incredible. In the private sector, if someone were to be spending this amount of money, a manager would have been fired for that. And I think the whole plan behind this measure with the city council is say, yeah, let the voters decide. The city council needs to stop this right now. The city residents can't afford this an additional tax. So I urge for the city council tonight to defeat this measure. Thank you.
Thank you. Diane Nygaard, followed by Sandra M., followed by Michael Richardson.
Honorable Mayor and City Council, Diane Nygaard. Like others, I was shocked to see this item on the agenda, special meeting, the last minute, without the kind of advance work with the community that such a new tax really deserves. Current economic conditions say it is ill-advised to move forward with a new tax at this time. Look at the recent history, both locally and across the country. I don't believe there was one tax measure that passed in the last ballot. And for goodness sake, San Diego didn't even pass a tax on second homes. It's also expected the November ballot will already include a county-wide sales tax measure, and likely the state will have their billionaires taxed on the ballot. So we'd end up with 3 tax measures on the same ballot. The people of Oceanside just voted for another 10-year extension of Measure X, raising $200 million over 10 years. We were promised there would be a community workshop to solicit input on how to use those funds, and that has not happened. And now you want another $200 million? We have substantial other new revenue sources coming on board soon. Cannabis taxes that you're going to use to help prioritize CIP projects, the CFD for public safety that was passed a few years ago. This year will be $174,000 in new revenue. It will increase every single year to support additional public safety. And the 2 new hotels downtown, Carmack's getting on track to generate revenue. We have lots of new revenue coming in. There's been no real justification of the need, looking at the combination of what are the needs, what are the revenue sources, what is the true gap, what is the best way to fill this gap. And please never forget that the sales tax is one of our most regressive taxes. The people least able to pay are hit the hardest. Yes, outsiders will pay a lot of this, but every Oceanside resident will also. Please put them first. Do your homework, allocate the $200 million from the sales tax already approved, and then decide if and when this measure should move forward. Thank you.
Michael Richardson, or excuse me, Sandra M., followed by Michael Richardson.
Hello again. Yeah, I did laugh when I heard temporary sales tax. Come on, let's get real. Measure X got extended, this we get extended too. I have a lot of objections. First of all, calling it critical infrastructure needs creates fear, so you're doing a fear-mongering program, and I don't like that. But what I think we either have is really poor planning and poor management, or the money isn't going where it's supposed to. I don't know which. I have speculations. We have evidence a lot of the Measure X went to pensions and salaries, not to the intended projects, and I don't want to see that happen again. For example, we had 51 acres that were gifted to a developer because they said they couldn't make any money off of it after 10 years. I don't believe it for a second, but we did that. We gave 45% raises to our city council members. In my opinion, city council should be a volunteer position. You should have other jobs. That's how you serve the public. When you are paid by the government, you are now a government employee. You're not representing your residents. If we need a new fire station, and the gentleman said it was built in the wrong place. Why was it built in the wrong place? Shouldn't have been built there in the first place. The cost of construction is up 50% since 2019. A large chunk of that is due to, what is it called, prevailing wage required by the city and I believe the state. So that has nothing to do with actual costs. There are costs of materials, but a lot of it is the wages that you folks and the government imposes. That's why things are so expensive. You also mentioned a bond. California has $5.1 trillion in bond debt due to capital appreciation bonds. And so even though you're going to do a sales tax or put it on the ballot, you'll still do a bond, which is going to put us more in debt. Those bonds don't get paid off and people do not make money on them, make very small, but it just goes over and over and puts the entire state at risk. And then for those of you that are saying, let the voters decide, no, do not let the voters decide. You stop this here right now. Voters don't have the time to research what's really going on in the city council and in the city. They don't have the time. They're busy taking care of their families and working. those of us that do spend the time, we know where the money's going, and that's why we don't want this to go any further.
Michael Richardson, followed by Richard N., followed by Mike Bullock.
So here we are again. Is there no limit to your appetite for our money? Where will it end? I know you say you need the money to repair infrastructure. Patty asked about reserves. I happen to know we have over $500 million, that's billion dollars in reserves for the city. I know most of it, a lot of it is set aside for a project, but surely some of it's set aside for these projects. And, you know, I hear a lot in these meetings about affordability. Here you go, speaking out of both sides of your mouth. Now you want to make the city less affordable. I've heard that Oceansiders don't pay the tax, or most of it is paid by outsiders. Well, I think that's because the policies in the city have driven customers to Carlsbad, which will have a 1% lower tax rate if this goes through. Right now, it's 0.5%. I think Oceanside shoppers are not shopping here because it's not because we've driven away the businesses. I've heard some say that you should put it on the ballot and let the people decide. Well, I think that's just passing the buck. It's just a bad excuse. You know, when you say you need the money, the average person believes you. I mean, just look at the number of people here that believe in the climate hoax because the government told them so. So I ask you to show some leadership and decide not to put this on the ballot in November. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard N., followed by Mike Bullock.
Mayor Sanchez, members of the council, and the public. This reminds me of the discussion of Measure X, a 0.5% sales tax increase that was represented to the community as A, temporary for 7 years, and B, to be used for our roads. Both were lies. It was later extended another 10 years to 17 years total. That's hardly temporary, and it was not used for our roads. Bluntly speaking, our roads are crap. It is an embarrassment to drive around Oceanside with someone from out of town and say, this is my hometown, as we're bumping down a bumpy road, as we're driving down a bumpy road. Where did that money go? It didn't go into our roads as it was promised to the taxpayers. And it's a big question, where did it go? Indeed, when it was extended for 10 years, the charade was dropped and it was instead classified as a general tax. That turns it into a piggy bank for all of your pet projects. At that meeting to extend Measure X taxation for another 10 years, we saw probably 30 firefighters speaking in favor of this tax. I've never seen so many firefighters, or any before or since, at these council meetings. I guess we know where that money was going. I see some here tonight. One already spoke. Apparently, the topic of tax increases is something that does hold their interest, and I do wonder why. Government is like a spoiled child. It has an insatiable wants and never understands that there are limits and always puts the burden of their demands on the backs of others. Instead of raising taxes yet again and lying to taxpayers, representing this tax as again temporary, how about prioritizing items in the budget, eliminating the least desirable projects, and use those savings to fund the priority items? In other words, have a finite budget and live within it. And forgive my cynicism, but I've heard the song and dance before from this council on 2 other occasions. Please do not put this item, do not pass this item, and do not put it on the election in November. Instead, do your job and represent your constituents' interests, prioritize spending, work within a fixed budget, and stop raising taxes. Finally, this is supposedly to fund critical projects. It is the height of irresponsibility to attempt to fund critical projects with temporary funding sources. You should be making those critical projects the priorities within the existing budget. This is not to say we shouldn't fund public safety or other critical items, but we should fund those, again, from consistent sources, not temporary sources. Prioritize those in the budget and stop funding less important items. Funds don't exist. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Bullock, followed by Steve Burrell, followed by Joan Bachman.
Yeah, Honorable Mayor and members of the council, I'm not really very prepared for this because I was thinking about the other topic mostly. And although I read this afternoon in the UT letter to the editor, and it was about the sales tax, and I hadn't heard about it. And it bothered me. Now, if you know me, you know I'm not an anti-tax kind of a person. I'm really not. I worked hard for Measure X. I can remember bicycling around with Measure X signs, putting them in people's yard and telling people to vote for Measure X. And I supported it a second time. But, you know, I'm getting a little bit tired of us going to the same well over and over again, you might say, of the sales tax. And it is regressive, you know, even with the exemptions. Every study tells it is a regressive tax. And I feel empathy for low-income people. And so I don't like regressive tax. I would like a means-based kind of a tax. And what I never hear people talk about, one of the fundamental root causes of this problem is, you've heard people talk about fixed roads, fixed roads, fixed roads. Why should that be a problem? I drive around in my Tesla all over the place, and I am not a charity case. I want to pay for what I'm doing. What am I doing? I'm wearing out the roads. I know I'm wearing out the roads. I don't like that. I should be charged. Say, oh, we got a sales tax, or we have a gasoline tax. A gasoline tax is a very, very regressive tax. People pay the same gasoline tax on a gallon of gasoline if they are totally destitute. And the only reason they're buying that gallon of gasoline is so they don't freeze to death in their car. They pay the exact same amount as somebody who earns $10 million a year. They pull up a gas station, they pay a tax, a gas tax. And the gas tax is too low. And what you're not talking about is the fact that we have a climate crisis. And we have to transition to battery electric vehicles. And so we have to get rid of the gas tax. So now I'm Mr. Anti-Tax. Yes, get rid of the California gasoline tax. Replace it with a California road use charge. You got to do that. I mean, the amount is dwindling down. It's a problem that anybody can realize is just going to get worse. We don't have enough money to pave our roads. Why not? Because the gas tax isn't means-based, or I mean, it isn't value-priced. It's not paying to maintain and operate the roads. So I would be more sympathetic. I love these projects. They have to be funded. But I'd be more sympathetic with the city and people talking about, oh, let's just raise the sales tax. If you were talking about the fact that the gas tax is very regressive.
Thank you, Michael. And so you're telling me you haven't paid gas tax for several years, but you won't pay this tax. Got it.
I'd be happy to pay this tax.
Got it. Thank you.
Any sales tax, I'm happy to.
Thank you.
I'm a pro-tax
you're using
kind of
the
a guy.
roads and you're not paying any tax. Thank you. Okay, Steve Burrell, followed by Joan Bachman.
We think
Steve Burrell is gone?
Yeah, we think he's gone.
Okay, Joan Bachman.
Okay, Mayor and Council. I'm up here because I was on Channel 10 tonight. There was a guy down here and he asked me a question. I answered it. And so that's one of the reasons I'm here. I also want to ask questions. So the people dying of heat stroke were victims of a hoax? I think they would disagree with that. I think our science education needs to go way up. Anyway, I was on Channel 10, and they reduced me to a soundbite, and I said, of course, we've got to support our infrastructure. And I said the tax was fine for me, and it is. I'm one of those people who is not greatly affected by it. I choose where I want to shop, and I understand many other people are greatly affected. But the larger comment I had was that Oceanside has always done more for everyone than our other cities have. And many times we've solved the problems they have handed to us. They've been exclusive in their neighborhoods. They've done a number of things, and we take care of that. And that's actually one of the reasons my husband and I moved here. We came up to Oceanside. We looked like normal people to us. We were much happier with that. And I'm not big on a bunch of entitled people around me. I want people who work and help make the community better. And I told them, well, they should be sending more money to us. I think Carlsbad has more planners than they know they even have. They could send 2 or 3 up here. But we do have to take care of our infrastructure. And one thing I'd like to see, and I'm going to be bringing this up a lot, is a rethinking of how much we spend on the care of cars. How much more do we spend on cars than people? I think Mike was alluding to it. This is documented. More and more information is coming about the true cost of cars and what it is actually costing us. And all anybody's complaining about are roads. Well, they have big, heavy cars. They're driving on them a lot. Is that the right way to be? I think we need to really rethink that. And at some point, we say, no, we're not going to waste our money on all that stuff. Cul-de-sacs. Cul-de-sacs are worthless. They do not move anyone through our city. Yet, we go and we pave them and we take care of them and we do stuff. But they're of absolutely zero value to all of us that don't live on one. So I think we need to be looking at those type of things. And I'm hearing all these people complain about roads. Maybe we need to look at the true cost of cars and figure that out. So thank you.
Thank you. So that's it for the public comments. Okay. Councilmember Weiss.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to say I agree with several of the speakers in regards to Measure X spending and, you know, kind of what was sold as infrastructure is now supporting various programs and services. And I also recognize that we don't have the funds for there's a very specific list of projects in the staff report that I think are worthy of funding and need to be funded. And my concern is in order to avoid a future council from redirecting these funds, whatever we're going to call this should it pass, into various programs and services. So I'm going to move approval of staff's recommendation with one change to the ballot language. So right now it reads, to provide locally controlled funding for Oceanside services and infrastructure. And I'd like to strike the words services and infrastructure and replace it with capital projects. So the money, should this pass, be clearly allocated to future capital projects.
Mr. Burke?
I would just clarify where that change to be made. The concern would be that that would constitute a special tax subject to the 2/3 vote requirement. So were the council to adopt that change, it would modify significantly the thresholds required here.
Thank you. So you're saying that it would change to the 2/3 requirement?
That would be our concern. That would constitute an earmarking. As it's worded, the language is specific to identify that this is a proposed general tax. While it does have identified intended uses, it is a general tax for all lawful municipal purposes. Identifying it as capital improvement project specifically would risk a finding that that would be a special tax.
So even if it got 50% plus one, we would run the risk of a challenge and lose.
That's correct.
Okay. Councilmember Weiss? Okay. All right, thank you. Well, I do feel compelled to address some of the concerns that have been voiced this evening. I've been on the council, as you know, for 26 years. When I got on the council in 2000, our city was in dire straits, dire needs. We were not paying, we had no money. We had been passing on paying the pension obligation. We had been not doing maintenance. And we really were depending on redevelopment. So we thought that was going to do it for us. We did move forward on redevelopment, and we started really moving forward on that, and understanding that it was going to take a while for us to finally realize the fruits of that economic development. Unfortunately, the Great Recession happened, 2009, and we did a study that basically said, where is the fat for the City of Oceanside. Where is the fat? The independent study found that we had no fat, that whatever we cut would be cutting into the bone. And I remember Mike Blessing saying that we would be cutting into the bone. We did a 10% across the board cut of every department except for essential services, which was public safety. And we laid off 100 employees, 100 employees. That was the toughest decision that the city had to do. We ended up closing very critical programs, and even the John Landis program that was really, really critical, and closing down the San Ray Resource Center. That really helped us in terms of addressing crime. We have not actually recovered even that, 2009, we're now 2026. We still have less employees now than we did just prior to laying off those 100 people. That is how lean your council, your staff is. And yet, what we've been doing with that staff has been tremendous. We are not wasting money. These projects that are on this list, as to, for me, the one that's coming really fast, the concrete part of the pier, she turns 100 next year. We have set aside $20 million, which would normally be enough to meet a federal requirement of paying whatever it is, 25%, 25%. We applied for funding for this project. Federal funding. We got $2 million. This project is between $60 and $75 million, and we only get $22 million. We still are finishing up the requirements for permitting. Once we get there, we will not be able to get this project done. That means we may actually have to close the pier because of lack of funding. And it's not because of waste. It's not because we didn't believe and plan that we had enough to meet a federal requirement. It is because a lot of things have changed. We do not get and qualify for federal funding anymore. A lot has changed. And this is a big, big problem for us. When we went out and did the extension for Measure X, we did not know that we were only going to get $2 million from the feds. We did not know. This is something that we found out just a few months ago, not 2 years ago. Fire Station 8 has been waiting in the wings. It is shovel ready. We have not been able to put together funding for that. Again, because we are a pretty lean machine here. And we have been addressing the things that the people have said. We have problems. We want you to address homelessness. We want you to address the roads. And what has happened to road money? I think Michael mentioned it, Bullock, about the gas tax. That gas tax has been going less and less and less. And because less people are paying into it with Teslas and, electric cars. And folks like Michael Bullock says, well, every time we go on the road, we should pay. Oh, and it's going to be less on folks who have less money. That is not true. There are folks who have to live farther away because they can't afford housing, and so they have to travel longer distances to get to their jobs. And so that is actually going to be a bigger burden on folks that don't have enough money. We're talking about here very critical projects. The San Ray Flood Control Project, that's a recent big surprise for us here, because now the Army Corps of Engineers wants to hurry up and close that project because they want us to take over maintenance. They want us to take over the problems that we're starting to see. We're starting to see cracks in the levees. And while Councilmember Weiss knows, because he's been around for so long, that was never in the agreement, so we're going to have to fight this, chances are we're probably going to have to at least come up with at least half of that if we get any federal funding for that. So just pure maintenance and clearing out the levee, doing the mowing and all that, that's $1 to $2 million a year that we have not programmed in. And then for the added fixing those cracks, that's another $1 to $2 million. And that project is so critical and essential for the folks that live especially in that area. The mobile home park folks, who, by the way, have been having to pay all the folks that live in this area flood insurance that none of us else have had to do. And they deserve to see an end to that. We have not increased by very much our police officers in that time. What, 3? Since Rocky Chavez said 6, how long ago was that? And I believe that was Chief McCoy. We have not grown our police and fire. There was a complaint about overtime. Well, we got to answer those 911 calls. We can't afford to hire more, so we pay overtime. That is still less. And we can't. I mean, look at the fires that have been happening. It's not even, we just started summer, the 22nd, Sunday. And we have to respond to these fires as quickly as possible. We have to defend to make sure that we save lives and not let properties go up in flames, homes. We need to assure, and I am ready to say, no, we have to make sure that this is only, as Councilmember Weiss wanted to be able to do, only for the infrastructure projects. These infrastructure projects. We have officers that are in a building that they far outgrew years ago. Other cities are having dramatically worse problems. They're actually having to furlough or let people go. It's not just a matter of not getting projects done. We really desperately need these projects. I am asking you for support on that. Because if we don't do this, and we have to cut to the bone again, because we need these projects, it's not if we can do, we have to do these projects. Then we're probably going to be seeing cuts again, and it's not going to be pretty. I'm asking you, it's another half-cent sales tax. This is actually the first time we're asking for this, an additional tax. We did this sales tax in 2018, the first one, and we have been able to keep up because of that. The story about getting a brand new $13.5 million starting next year, that was a mistake in the story. and that has been rectified. I'm going to go ahead and make the motion that we adopt the resolutions and introduce the ordinance. Councilmember Robinson?
Thanks, Mayor. That was a long explanation, but probably helpful for some. And at the risk of taking more time, I think there was a lot of misinformation spoke, and I think our Assistant City Manager, Mr. Gossman, was taking a lot of notes, and I think it would only be fair to have him address some of the
Yes.
things that he heard, if you're okay with that.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Gossman?
Yeah, thank you very much for that opportunity, Madam Mayor, members of the council. I'll try to keep it brief in the interest of time. One thing I'll mention, though, is that our pollster out of Encinitas said to me recently, wow, the City of Oceanside really likes to be heard. And I said, yeah, no kidding. I've been going to city council meetings for 6 years. I could have told you that. And they certainly do. And in those studies, it showed that when presented with the facts, 54 to 58% of voters support a tax initiative that pays for these types of projects. I want to correct a couple things. One, Measure X has not been put into paying pension debt. That is not true. It actually only even supports a handful of positions that are managed Measure X programs or EMTs, et cetera, all of which are provisional. Fire Station 8 was not built in the wrong place. It was a leased facility. It was put there as a temporary measure. Over 500 lane miles of roads have been paved with Measure X with a budget of $27 million. So to the question of where that money's going for roads, it's going there. I think you could walk around any city facility and you certainly would not call it gold-plated. City Manager Borrego's window is duct taped to keep the rain out. Hopefully we can fix that. That is true, yeah. The article, the mayor mentioned this, but I'll restate it. The article about TOT was incorrect, and to Phil Dill's credit, he issued a correction and changed the headline to correct those. Additionally, any additional funds for that are already included in our forecast, which brings me to my last point, which is when you look around cities throughout the state and the region running into deficits, we are seeing the contrary in Oceanside because we do run lean and we are well managed. But the level of surpluses that would be needed to pay for these critical infrastructure projects does not exist today. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Councilmember Robinson?
Thank you. A couple questions. You answered several of them. Related to this for infrastructure, I think it was brought up about the CFD. And am I correct in saying that the CFD, the Community Facilities District, that money is actually the difference from paying for infrastructure like the fire stations, police? It's to replace, mostly it'll be used to replace equipment and fire engines, police cars, things like that that have a life expectancy that wears out. Am I correct in assuming that?
I would state it this way. The CFD is designed to pay for the operating costs, including the things you mentioned, and staffing over time to handle the additional workload put on them by the new development. So yes, correct, not capital infrastructure as is discussed here.
And I also want to address, and thank you for addressing the salaries and that thing that came up. That, I believe, came off the Nextdoor app. I saw that. And that's a number that comes off of, I believe, the Transparent California website or something like that, where public salaries are all there. You can look up anybody you want. What it doesn't do is it doesn't explain how that salaries are derived, the various pots of money. And I can only speak for some of those more, the higher ones. When you look at individuals who go out of county on, I'll just give you an example. If a firefighter goes out of county on a 21-day assignment, that's overtime, portal to portal. As a contract to a state or federal fire, we bill them for that time. So it's shown as salary on our end, but it's reimbursable money. And I don't have the dollar amounts, but it's
so much of what we were seeing there was money that was earned because people went out of county on 2-week assignments, 21-day assignments. They're paid, but we're reimbursed for it. So it's a little bit misleading, and I would encourage people to meet with our budget manager or go talk to the firefighters, and they can explain it better probably. Yeah, I just think there was a lot of stuff, more than you said, that was, and I couldn't keep up with all of it, some of the just leading statements about where money goes and what we do, and I hope people ask. So I want to second the motion, but I just want to make sure, does that include, I think you mentioned something about we could bond for that. Would that motion include that kind of activity or not? I don't know. Well,
I better ask the attorney first.
we cannot take specific action tonight on specific spending. What you can do, and what is part of the proposed ordinance, is to bring forward a infrastructure spending plan consistent with the ordinance requirements. So while we can talk about generally what funding sources might be and ways that you may use the tax, you are absolutely not going to, I think, tonight, commit to any form of bonding.
And that's why I asked. Thank you, sir. That's why I asked. So I'm assuming is it fair, before I second this, that your motion
includes that?
What he's...
Are you going to respond to that?
Sure, yes. If you're moving staff's recommendation includes the oversight, and it includes the requirement for the infrastructure plan to be developed by council at a public meeting, to be renewed annually, and to be reviewed through the oversight committee as part of the spending. And then the proposed projects and potential funding mechanisms and sources will be developed as part of that infrastructure plan, consistent with the way that we manage Measure X. And there will also be future action determining how that oversight committee will be structured. There was some advice in the staff report for what the staff would be proposing on that.
Okay, so with that in mind, I am going to second it, and I just want to say this, is that I received, and we all did, the emails and letters from folks, and I read them all, and one in particular is a constituent in District 2, and I'll just, Vicky, I read yours, very heartfelt. I could hear your voice in your words that you wrote, and I understand where you're coming from, but I just believe that it's appropriate to let the people decide. Let voters decide. A week ago or a couple meetings ago, we put a similar thing on labor agreements, and my comment at that time was, I might not agree with everything in it, but let's let the voters decide on changing, our charter. So I'm going to use the same logic and when I second this, and I'll be supportive. And if you don't want it, folks, get educated on it. If you don't want it and you come back and vote and say, we don't want this, we're going to abide by that. That's how we'll roll, and we'll figure out what to do from there. Thank you.
Councilmember Figueroa.
Thank you, Mayor. To Councilmember Robinson's point, I also read Vicky's email, and I sympathize and I understand what she stated, and it is difficult because the cost of living in San Diego County and in Oceanside continues to increase, and a lot of folks are really struggling to get by. But I do appreciate the Deputy City Manager sharing what is exempt from the sales tax when it comes to groceries and medical supplies and everything else that was listed. I also want to touch on us having gold-plated facilities. You had duct tape blocking rain. I had a bucket outside of my office from all of the leak between my office and Councilmember Robinson. It was probably there for two months. And so I think staff had to dump it out and put the bucket back, right? But as someone who's worked very close with police and fire for over the past decade, and have gone to the police station headquarters countless times for prior to being on council, just work-related meetings. Even there was a time where I would send my staff to do their fingerprints there, and because they have stretched the capacity of that former grocery store. Folks are doing fingerprints in the break room as someone's heating up lasagna at the same time. They've outgrown that facility. That was supposed to be a temporary facility. And the need for a new headquarters for the police department is evident for anyone that's ever been in there, in the parking lot or inside the facility. Fire Station 8, most folks wouldn't even know it's there. And if you saw a fire engine there, you'd probably think that they're responding to a call versus that being their actual department. It's sandwiched between, I believe, like a kids aerobics gymnastics place and Coastal Academy, and I think the North County Career Center. I mean, it's located in an office space. And when we talk about our smart, sustainable corridors and the growth coming to the city, a lot of it's coming near Fire Station 8. And just this is preventative. Updating our police department headquarters, our Fire Station 8, it's preventative based on the growth that's coming to the city. It's an investment projecting what's coming to the city. Pavement management, I think we all get more emails about fixing the roads than anything else. And so any way that we can continue to fix our roads is a priority for our city, because we know that it's probably the number one thing that we get emails about as council. And when I think about our beach and pier, the return on investment on those two items is significant. We need to invest in our beaches. We need to invest in our pier. I've always lived on the eastern part of the city in the Tri-City area, and throughout my life, I've seen how programs in my part of Oceanside, where I was born and raised, it sometimes feels like it's the first to go. It's the first to get cut. You mentioned the Jalanis Community Center. I remember when that community center got cut, and it took about 15 years to get it reopened. And for me, I see us paving our roads and keeping our centers open on the eastern part of the city by investing in our beaches, by investing near the coast where the tourists come, and anything that we can do to bring more tourists here, have more people spend time near our coast, I believe, again, will increase our general fund, which will allow us to invest in the needs throughout the city. And so I'm also going to go ahead and support this. And I, again, leaving that up to the voter, the City of Oceanside will get the opportunity to say if this is something they support in November. So, thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
To say that I struggled with this decision it's a huge understatement. I was up all last night because I was trying to come to terms with how to deal with this, and it was really hard. So I just want to tell the truth about how it is you come to this decision, and again commit to telling the truth as we go through this process of it sounds like voting on a measure that will be on the ballot. So we heard it tonight. We heard it in Vicky's email. We heard it it's expressed in lots of different ways, but people are absolutely struggling to hang on right now as costs are way up. And the voters showed trust in us 2 years ago when they voted for Measure X to be re-upped. And that trust is a very delicate thing. I've expressed this to staff. I want us to be better than bringing this at a special meeting with little notice. I want us to do better about that. I think we risk, again, harming that trust that I think people actually do have in our city. And there is this general boogeymaning of like big government is, always a power-hungry thing. We have real freaking needs that need to be taken care of. And we do not make the money that Carlsbad makes just through regular income. That's just not how our city has been structured over the course of its history. And we have to work on that in a lot of different ways, but it does have an impact on the way we live. The roads were brought up earlier, and I see Director Amadori. I'm not going to call you down to give a dissertation on the roads and why they struggle to stay in good position, but it's partly because to really get it to a place where you're not just constantly patching it, is you have to dig up the whole thing and replace it all through the layers, which is a much more expensive process. That process is not something we have the capacity to do. So the way our 5-year program goes, and many of you may have heard this earlier this year, is that we are constantly trying to keep the roads from degrading to a point where they have to be completely ripped up and paid for, because that's a much more expensive process. It's always chasing the good enough because infrastructure costs are too high. I would have preferred to explore other options. Again, I've spoken with staff about this. This is what we got. There are more progressive taxes, and the main reason is because this absolutely hurts the working poor of our city worse than everybody. It cuts out more from them than anyone else. And they're the ones that can least afford to do it. And I'm saying that because we have to be honest about what's before us, and that is the truth of this measure. I would ask that we, along with, having our regular accounting, I would like to see a full reporting of consultant use by the city in the last 3 years. I know that we have to use consultants for certain work. I understand that, but it's all the time. And I think people should understand that decision that's being made, because I feel like it's being made for us sometimes. And maybe there's great reason why we have to use so many consultants, but let's all agree that that's the case. I would like to understand that. And so I would ask for that reporting by the end of the year, if it's possible. At the end of the day, I don't like coming back 2 years after we just passed it. Again, it's that trust thing. It feels like, again, we like made a promise and now we're having to readjust. And I feel like that hurts our ability to show that we have the vision ahead. I want to recognize that, because I don't want it to go unsaid in this moment. I think it's important to recognize it and still also recognize that we have these significant needs. And that at this point, it's a choice between, do we take the pathway that has been given or take a risk by not doing so? So I am pledging to be truthful when folks ask me about this leading up to the ballot, leading up to November 3rd. I hope that we could all have an honest conversation about the ramifications of not passing this, about having this full conversation. And just like always, our door will be open to talking through how we can make it easier for folks to afford to live here. But I will be voting yes and allow the voters to decide this topic.
Mr. Borrego?
Honorable council members and mayor, there's a few words that I want to say in wrapping up here before your vote. Most importantly in my mind is, regardless of the outcome of tonight's vote, I would encourage folks to meet with staff to get the facts in terms of how we spend our money here at the city. It does bother me to hear some of the misrepresentations that I've heard, some of the stuff that you see posted on social media. To the point of many council members here on the dais, we are an extremely conservative city when it comes to how we manage our funds. If you look at our staffing levels in comparison to other cities, we're a very lean operation. We're a very lean operation throughout the city. I think one thing that gets lost is when it comes to, quote unquote, cutting the fat, the spending that we offer up annually, particularly when it comes to the CIP program, is in direct response to requests that we get from members of the community, whether it's installing a sidewalk, whether it's planting more trees, whether it's fixing a dangerous condition on a road, whether it's installing traffic calming devices in their neighborhoods. These aren't pet projects. These are projects that are actually a direct result of the input that we receive from the constituents. Again, I would just ask, again, regardless of the outcome of tonight's vote, please sit down with us. We are always willing to meet with folks. Anyone who knows me and my staff know that we never turn down a meeting. If you want to get the facts, if you want to sit down with our finance director and go over the books, we will share that information with you. I'd be happy to do that because I think it would actually paint a much different picture than what's often represented. Thank you.
I think that we have done a whole lot to be transparent about the budget especially, and that we always invite people to come look at the, actually the budget is online, and if you need an explanation, we're happy to do that. But we are a really, really lean city. Councilmember Robinson.
And one thing I forgot to bring up, and I looked over at the treasurer when this was said, so I don't know if she wants to answer it or our finance director, but somebody got up and spoke and said we have these huge pots of reserve funds that we can move around. Is that, I think people just need to know, because that's out there that oh, we could use reserve funds. I don't know who wants to speak to it, but. And while you're walking up, just remember this, if it passes, the implementation doesn't happen until after April 1st, am I right, Mr. Attorney?
That's correct. The implementation date would be anticipated to be April 1 of the following year under the ordinance. It could be July 1 if we have a delay in requiring the contracts.
Wanted to get that out there.
All right, good evening, Jill Moya, Financial Services Director. The gentleman that spoke referred to, I believe, the balance of our investment portfolio, which is about $550 million. However, all of that is comprised of all of the various different funds, including water, sewer, every single fund within the city, and what's already budgeted for, including operations and CIP projects. When it comes to just reserves for the general fund, we have, I don't have the numbers exactly right in front of me, but we already have earmarked $20 million for the San Luis Rey River project, $20 million for just general infrastructure projects that come up during our CIP budget process, and we'll allocate some of those funding for that. But for you saw the list of projects, unfunded projects, and the amount that those totaled to. We're nowhere close to be able to fund those in the near future.
Thank you. I just want to make sure everybody knew you weren't hiding a bunch of money in your desk drawer or something. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second. Please vote.
We need to title the introduction of the ordinance.
Thank you.
And just for clarification, the vote includes the resolution, right, which goes forward. But the introduction of the ordinance was tonight. We'll bring back the second reading and adoption of the ordinance at a future meeting. The ordinance will not be effective unless and until after the voters approve. So this would be the first reading and introduction of an ordinance of the City of Oceanside, adding Chapter 34, Article 2, Division 3, Sections 34.7.1 through 34.7.17 to the Oceanside City Code to establish a temporary 1/2 cent general transactions and use sales tax to be administered by the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration, including provisions for citizens' oversight and accountability.
Please vote.
Sorry about that. Sorry about that. I had to reset it. Please vote again. Motion approved, 5-0.
Thank you. Item number 3, staff recommends City Council, number 1, confirm issuance of a statutory exemption per the CEQA guidelines under sections 15378, subsection B, subsection 5, and 15060, subsection C, subsection 3. And 2, introduce an interim urgency ordinance to exclude and exempt eligible sites and defer implementation of SB 79 on qualifying sites as authorized under Government Code sections 65858, 65912.157 subsection H, 65912.160 subsection E subsection 1, and 65912.161 subsection B subsection 1. We have a presentation by Dane Thompson, Senior Planner for the City of Oceanside. Mr. Thompson?
Thank you and good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members. Dane Thompson with the Planning Division, presenting the SB 79 Interim Urgency Ordinance. Tonight, staff is recommending that the council introduce and adopt the Interim Urgency SB 79 Ordinance. As discussed earlier this month, SB 79 becomes effective July 1, allowing increased density on sites within 1/2 mile of the city's 7 train stations, as shown on the screen. Last week, the City Council adopted the SB 79 Implementation Ordinance, which exempts and defers sites from SB 79 which meet certain statutory criteria. The Implementation Ordinance doesn't take effect for 30 days, leaving a window between July 1 and July 17 where developers could submit applications and lock in development standards. The urgency ordinance before you tonight would take effect immediately and close that window and close that loophole. I want to point out that there are no substantive differences between the implementation ordinance and the urgency ordinance. To recap, the ordinances would exempt sites from SB 79 permanently, which do not have an adequate path of travel, and would delay implementation of SB 79 on sites that already allow significant density. Potential development allowed by SB 79 far exceeds the city's planned growth and could result in significant impacts in areas not designed for such growth. Under this scenario, existing infrastructure and services could quickly become overwhelmed, including public safety response times and water and sewer capacity. Therefore, urgent action is needed given the current and immediate threat to health, safety, and general welfare of the community. The proposed ordinance is an organizational or administrative activity under CEQA and is therefore not a project and statutorily exempt. That staff recommends that the City Council confirm issuance of a statutory exemption for CEQA and introduce the interim urgency ordinance for SB 79. That concludes my presentation, and I'll be available for questions.
Thank you. Do we have any requests to speak? How many?
We have 2.
Okay.
Our first speaker is going to be Jimmy Knott, to be followed by Mike Bullock.
Okay.
Mayor, council members, Jimmy Knott, 127 Sherry Lane. I first want to say thank you for protecting Oceanside as sovereignty as a charter city. And as such, also our rent-controlled communities. Thank you very much for that, and please vote for this.
Thank you. Mike Bullock? I guess he left. All right. I'd like to go ahead and move staff's recommendation. Is there a second?
Second.
Did you get who the second was? Okay. No other requests to speak. Please title the ordinance.
Thank you. This is both the first reading, introduction, and adoption of an interim urgency ordinance of the City Council of the City of Oceanside, deferring implementation and exempting certain sites from the Abundant and Affordable Homes Near Transit Act, SB 79. And this requires a 4/5 vote.
All right. Please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Thank you. Public comment, communications on off-agenda items. Item number 4. Do we have any requests to speak?
We have 6 requests to speak, but I don't know if all the registered speakers are here, so we'll just go through the list.
Okay. Jimmy Knott, followed by Leo Czapinski.
Mayor, council members, Jimmy Knott, 127 Sherry Lane. First off, I want to point out that there was a gentleman back in 1944 who proposed a second Bill of Rights. And he said, the right of adequate protection from the economic fears of old age. And what I'm referring to is specifically something I've been brought up to you over this past few weeks here is our senior center is how that the morning breakfast that would be going home with the seniors that are attending lunch has been removed. Also the weekend meals. Well, you asked for staff to look into it. And the report that I'm getting back from that, from both staff and from the Serving Seniors, which is the group that is basically doing the service, and others, is basically they're giving reasons why they can't do it, not how that they can accomplish it. And it's just, like one excuse is, well, the funding was given under COVID. And another one is staffing costs. There's no sitting back and thinking creatively. Like, is there any options of maybe working with Brother Benno's to see if we could get provisions and working with them to bring lunches and breakfasts up to the senior center? Are there other NGOs that could be worked with that could fill in that void? There are creative ways that things can be done. It just takes a little bit of effort to work together in our community. And we are a community that can work together. We've done things before as a community. I urge you as leaders of the community to help facilitate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Leo Chapinski? Steve Burrell, are you here? Sandy Beal? Joan Bachman?
Mayor?
Okay.
Mayor, and of course, intelligent, common sense, and compassionate Deputy Mayor Joyce and the rest of y'all. I am a Korean War baby, and my son's a Vietnam War baby, and my great-grandson's going to be a Iraqi, take that back, my grandson's Iraqi war baby, and my great-grandchild's going to be an Iran war baby pretty soon. And of course, great-grandparents and great-great-grandparents and great-great-grandparents, so on and so forth. And for those of us old enough to remember those beautiful, beautiful songs, war, good God, what is it good for? Absolutely nothing. And eve of destruction. I suggest we go down and take a look at those lyrics because it could be sooner than you can imagine. There used to be a lot of folks back then that were like these citizens and yourself. They were sitting in Nagasaki and Hiroshima, and they were talking about they wanted clean air and clean water and good schools and safety and all this stuff and infrastructure and how many yen did you have in your pocket and so on and so forth. And boom, they were gone in 1 second. They were gone. Well, on November 4th, 1979, I went to war with Iran, who took our hostages during Jimmy Carter and held them for 444 days. Then they called me back again with a battalion of Marines in Tarawa, December 81. Ronald Reagan had me go fetch everyone back. We've got some problems here. 500 young Marines were killed as they were sleeping in Beirut. They put a hole in the U.S. coal. They have proxies all over the world blowing up things. This is the only president we have right now that's doing what should have been done under two other presidents, both Carter and Reagan. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, and we should have done that back then, but we didn't do it. the time is now, because all they need is enough enriched uranium, whatever, and a missile. Even if it's only one city, I don't know which city we want to lose. I don't know. I mean, I have an idea which city I'd like to lose, but anyway. We need to support our president. I don't care if you're on the left, the right, the good, the bad, the right, the wrong, the up or down, or who you are. We have an enemy out there that's been fighting not just us, but Christians per se, since the Crusades. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years, thousands of years, and they're not going to give up. So please support this president, especially now during our 250th birthday. Get behind the president, support him. Let's get this thing done. Get it over with. Get a different regime in there. I'd like to see some peace in the world. That would be nice.
Thank you. Sandy Beal, followed by Joan Bachman. Is there Romelio Castillo here? Yeah, okay.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Sanchez and City Council members. My name is Sandy Beal, and I live in Rancho San Luis Rey Mobile Home Park, where I'm the homeowner's president and the park designee. I'm just here to thank Jackie Bickford from Code Enforcement for her hard work doing our Title 25 Health and Safety lot inspections in Rancho San Luis Rey. Our park has 433 homes, so it's a huge undertaking. She's doing 117 spaces a month. So far, she's inspected half of the homes, and she'll begin again in September. Of course, she sends a notice to the homes she'll be inspecting, along with information about exactly what she'll be doing. It's been a while since a Title 25 lot inspection's been conducted in Rancho San Luis Rey. Our management company, Star Management, has done nothing to make homeowners take care of their home sites. So they really didn't understand why Jackie was doing the inspections. Jackie, being a nice person and explaining that it is a health and safety inspection, has helped people be more comfortable with her walking around the perimeter of their homes. She's very kind to the homeowners if they want to go along on her inspection. She always explains what needs to be done if there are any infractions. I think her demeanor has helped the homeowners to be more comfortable with her doing the inspections. Again, thank you, Jackie. You're only half done, but we really appreciate you. Thank you.
Joan Bachman, followed by Romelia Castillo.
Honorable Mayor and Council, long meeting. I wanted to speak because I was out of town when the Planning Commission heard the GPA amendment, or the general plan. So I watched it on the KOCT YouTube, which I'm very thankful it was there. And kudos to Emily for coming tonight to speak. I think normally a planning commissioner wouldn't do that. However, what I saw on that meeting was that she was prevented from discussing in that planning commission meeting. And the many people who spoke were also prevented from getting the benefit of the commissioners discussing. Chair Morrissey and Ogden kind of railroaded a approval and motion to pass, and off it went. And they were like, I thought we were going to discuss it. So I think they misunderstood the process, first off. Just because you have a motion and a second, you can still have a lot of discussion, as we saw tonight, and they basically cut that off. So kudos to Emily for showing up here and saying what needed to be said, which I think she was not given the chance. And all the people that were here saying this tonight didn't have the benefit of anyone discussing it and staff hearing what they had to say and going through it. So please reiterate to the Planning Commission that they should take input and discuss it and work through the issues rather than just say, move approval and move on. That's a disservice to everyone who sits through these meetings. So thank you for still being there.
Thank you. Romelia Castillo, followed by Richard N.
Hi, good evening, everybody. My name is Romelia Castillo, and I wanted to present a proposal. I do have 485 days sober, and I was a homeless individual out here in Oceanside. So breaking the cycle, a path from homeless and addiction to stability, also the greatest is mental health. So good evening, everybody. Today, I would like to bring attention to a growing crisis that affects thousands of people throughout San Diego County, the intersection of homelessness, mental health disorder, substance abuse, and reentry from the criminal justice system. When we see someone living on the street, we pretty much just walk by them. I think that much more can be done. According to data reported through San Diego County, an estimated of 22% individuals experiencing homelessness struggle with serious mental condition and 18 to 40% a homeless individual live with substance use disorder. These numbers represent real people who often cycle repeatedly through emergency rooms, jails, shelters, and streets. The challenge becomes greater when we look at individual reentering society after incarceration. The San Diego County reentry system survives approximately 2,000 probationers annually. Even if only 10% of these individuals experience homelessness, addiction, or significant barriers to successfully regenerate, that represents approximately 200 people every year who are at risk of entering to the same circumstances that lead them into the criminal justice system in the first place. The question we must ask ourselves is, are we truly addressing the root cause of homelessness and addiction, or are we simply managing the symptoms? As a society, we often focus on short-term solutions. We provide temporary shelter, emergency medical services, and crisis intervention. While these services are important, they rarely address the long-term issues that keep people trapped in the cycles of instability. To create meaningful change, we must examine the problem as a whole. First, homelessness cannot be separated from mental health. Second, mental health cannot be separated from addiction. Third, addiction cannot be separated from employment, purpose, and stable housing. These issues are interconnected and require an integrated solution. This is why I'm proposing the development of a recovery resource center disguised to guide individuals through every stage of recovery and regeneration. The vision, I simply take an individual who is homeless and struggling with addiction and provide a structural pathway towards stability, independence, and productivity. The first phase would be focused on stabilization. Participation would receive immediate access to safe housing, food, healthcare, mental health, counseling, and substance abuse treatment before someone can rebuild their life. Can I go?
Thank you very much. Thank you. Richard N.
Hello, members of the council, Mayor Sanchez and the public. My topic on off agenda is about something I noticed, the asymmetrical dynamic of what happens here. On the item that was item number 2, dealing with the proposal to increase sales taxes by 0.5%, the public spoke, it was voted on, and then afterwards the city, through Mr. Gossman, was able to retort certain comments without giving the public a chance to retort comments by members of the council. So given that asymmetry, I'd like to point out a few things that Mayor Sanchez said, and maybe she could answer them.
You want to address an item that was already addressed by the council?
I'm addressing off agenda the asymmetry of the dynamic, and I'm using as an example your comments.
In general?
In general.
Okay.
But using your examples as comments, well, I'll start with the pier. Why are we spending, I think it was $100 million on a pier so fishermen can go fishing? There was a restaurant out there that was closed. If you walk on the pier as it exists now, you see people out there casting fishing lines. What else is the pier used for? We talked about priorities of the budget. Carlsbad doesn't have a pier. It's not required for a coastal city to have a pier. Why do we have to spend $100 million on that and raise taxes and burden the taxpayers? On the issue of the pier, Mayor Sanchez, you said that we received $2 million from the federal government and approximately $20 million was allocated from the city budget. Was there insurance on the pier? Wouldn't it be irresponsible not to insure the pier? And if there was no insurance, or if there was insurance—
This is maintenance, sir. This is actually maintenance. There's no insurance.
It's what?
Yeah, the wooden pier was insured. We didn't talk at all about the wooden pier part, just the concrete part.
Okay, all right. Also, I've noticed that it was said that gas tax went down, gas tax revenue went down, and that was one of the purposes of Measure X and why it was created, or that was one of the excuses for Measure X and why it was created in the first place. So the declining gas tax doesn't strike me as a legitimate reason for this new proposal. And then finally, you mentioned that the police department had outgrown its headquarters, but just prior to that, you said that they hadn't hired new officers. So if they hadn't increased their staff, how did they outgrow that existing facility? And why is that being used as an excuse for more taxation? Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, that is the end. We are adjourned to August 5th, 3:30 p.m. Thank you very much. Meeting adjourned.